drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never 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 liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never 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 liked it. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Not sure why the audio and video didn't sync up, but we have a very interesting day for you today. What we're going to be doing is, of course, continuing our coverage over the Ethan Klein versus Hasan Piker Israel-Palestine / drama debate. What we'll also be doing is that we received an email criticism that highlighted some of my alleged inaccuracies in reporting regarding the right of return marches. And so we're going to go over some documentation to that first, just because we might as well, I don't know, reply to the people who are stating that we're being inaccurate. We might as well try to be maximally accurate as possible. They might not like what I have to say, but we'll at least view it or review it, hopefully at least to address their criticism. Okay. And I did not get the email itself. I did get a email summary of their bullet points of their criticism of our coverage. And then I'm also going to pull up messages because I've been having conversations with a community member. Let's open up this. Open link. Yes, visit site. Sorry if it's taking me a second, but, bear in mind it's fairly complex. Oh, it was you. Because you deleted all your comments. It was you. Commander Haircut. You snitch. Wow. We disagree on something and you snitch. Now, that's rude. Rude to say the least. Anyways, hold on. In receipt of your email. Yeah, now email. Yeah, exactly. Hold on. Let's pull it up. Well, now I barely feel like addressing it because we were already doing it in direct messages and you already emailed Valor to complain that we disagreed on an issue. That's crazy pants. All right. Anyways, we're going to address it anyways. Why not? Criticism. The IDF only shot to kill armed protesters. False. The IDF killed numerous peaceful protesters with live fire, including children. Okay, let's go ahead and address that. Good morning, Shadow 2 Bravo. Jonah Boy, good morning. Christian Vlares, good morning. So, yeah. They're saying it was peaceful. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. Let's address Commander Haircut, which, by the way, I'm going to go back to Ken, and I'm going to say this person is, let's just put it this way. We had a conversation. We were having a conversation about the nuances of conflict and the rules of engagement. And because they didn't like what I had to say, they backed out of the conversation. They blocked me. They deleted all of their messages. And then they emailed Ken because they were upset that I didn't instantaneously agree with them. All right. That's amazing. Okay. Well, okay. For some reason, my Chrome is taking a second to load. I'm getting frozen. Can you guys still hear me? I literally have to wait for it. Okay. Wow, that's annoying. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I got taken out. Are you guys am I back? Okay, cool. Sorry for the delay. I think they're after me, bro. I think they're I think they're coming after me, bro. You know, I can be paranoid, but that doesn't mean they're not after me. So, all right. We're just gonna have to clip that segment out of the VOD, okay? So anyways, let me summarize it for you. That way I'm not angry before we start. Okay. So we did coverage of the Israel-Palestinian conflict. Okay. And the reason why we covered Israel-Palestine is, number one, I'm a geopolitical nerd. I'm a news and geopolitics and historical nerd. And I find the intersection of religion and history and violence and war and politics very interesting, as do some of you. And so we were breaking all that down. And what I said is that there was an article where it was like 42 kneecaps in a day. It was about Israeli soldiers who were talking about the violence that they were doing in Israel, Gaza, in reference to right of return marchers. And so 42 kneecaps in a day is the fact that they are sniping with 22 caliber rifles in order to blow out people's kneecaps because it incapacitates them, takes them off of the field of play, so to speak. And I said that they were using 22 because that's what I was told by an IDF soldier who I met somewhere in my many travels. I met an IDF soldier effectively saying that when they had protesters who were approaching the fence or that they were near the fence, they would actually use a 22 caliber in order to shoot them in the calf or shoot them in the kneecap. That way they wouldn't kill them, but they would injure them and then force them to be removed from the state of play. Okay, that's what I said. And this person, in their very passionate email, which they did because they got into a conversation with me on Discord and then didn't immediately agree with them on everything. And I used the R slur on yesterday's stream on my home channel. Yes, they did mention that. The IDF only shot to kill armed protesters. False. The IDF killed numerous peaceful protesters with live fire, including children. We can talk about that momentarily. The IDF used 22 and aimed for kneecaps. Mostly false. The IDF used 5.56 rounds or rounds consistent with that of a U.S. Remington hunting rifle. Again, I don't think this person knows what they're talking about in reference to weapons, but we can do that. Rounds that mushroom and cause extreme damage. We can talk about that. All protesters were tearing down the border wall. False. I don't think I ever said that all protesters were tearing down the border wall. I think I said that that would be a reason where the rules of engagement of imminent threat or death or great bodily harm could be justified, even if you can't articulate specific weapons that they're using. So they're just misunderstanding my point. I might have articulated it poorly, but they misunderstood my point. The overwhelming majority of the protesters were 1,200 to 2,300 feet away and living in encampments protesting peacefully. That the people who are 1,200 to 2,300 feet away, that's not even addressing what I'm talking about, because I'm assuming that the vast majority of protesters didn't get shot. So if they're living in an encampment 2,300 feet away or 1,200 feet away, okay, that's not who we're talking about, obviously. The IDF were not shooting protesters in the chest. False. That's not, again, I need to explain this to you guys, okay? I'll explain this. If you have somebody who's breaking down the barricade, I would assume that you cannot use instantaneous lethal force, okay? The reason why is because the international standard, which is followed differently by different people, is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. That's when you can use deadly force. But you could articulate how somebody breaking down the barrier could lead to a deadly force situation. And so what I was saying is that the vast majority of people shot were probably shot to wound, which is already a concept that I don't like, but they were probably shot to wound. And then there were probably deadly force encounters, which is borne out by the stats. So number one, this person is just incorrect. Number two, when I didn't agree with them instantaneously, they emailed the company. So that's not, I don't think that's on me. I'll just be real. So let me go ahead and get into the history or my YouTube history so I can pull up some March of Return stuff. But I'm already taking this less seriously because this person got into an argument with me. I didn't instantaneously agree with them. They blocked me and complained to Valor. That's incredible. Why would I ever take you seriously after that? That is crazy. Yeah, we're talking about the Great March of Return. Give me a second. Let me present the videos to you. We'll address it momentarily. As soon as I found out that it was this person because they blocked me, I'm taking it less seriously immediately. And then we'll try to minimize our use of the R slur going forward. Share screen, share screen. This is where we got in trouble last time. Full screen, share. All right. We're cooking. All right. So let's go. Let's make my video more aesthetically pleasing. Let's go to the March of Return. All right. So let's break this down even further. I just kind of gave you a tired, half-caffeinated overview of a complaint that we received at Valor Media Network in reference to my coverage of the Israel-Palestine conflict. Now, we're going to watch news coverage of the Israel-Palestine conflict that's going to further elucidate what's going on. Okay?
Happened when Palestinians in Gaza tried to protest for their rights in 2018. In March of 2018, Palestinians in Gaza launched the Great March of Return, calling for the right of refugees to return to the homes they and their families were expelled from in 1948 and an end to Israel's stifling blockade on the Strip. Men, women, and children demonstrated along the fence that separates the Gaza Strip from Israel, and Israel responded by deploying tanks and soldiers, giving
Okay, let's break that down real quick. I'm treating this as breakdown content because, frankly, it's relevant to our later drama content. All right. So we have geopolitics time. I don't care if you're bored. Wake up. Drink some coffee. It's geopolitics time. Israel, Google Maps. Let me go ahead and not dox myself. Israel, Google Maps. Here we go. All right. So this is the Gaza Strip. This is where people were protesting. Let's face it, it's probably eastern or northern Gaza. The reason why I would doubt that it's northern Gaza is probably because I don't know if they have that much. It looks like there's buildings. Oh, no, it could be. It could be right there. Because it looks like it gets a little bit cleared out once you hit the border. Here we go. So let's just say it's here. All right. I'm not saying it is here. Let's say that it's here. Okay. For the sake of argument. So we have tens of thousands of Gazans assembling here in order to protest their ability to freely travel into Israel. Now, Gaza has had issues in the past of rocket attacks into Israel. They have had issues in the past with jihadist terrorist attacks into the heart of Israel. That's why there's a territory right here that is 2.2 million people crowded very aggressively into one of the most densely urban populated places on the planet. As a matter of fact, I think this looks more deserty. So let's just presume it's here, okay? So what Israel did is they sent a bunch of tanks and soldiers along the line in order to respond to the protesters. And then that's what we have so far from the video, okay? I think they're going to add context right here that is necessary for us to understand what's going on.
Responded by deploying tanks and soldiers, giving orders to shoot anyone who came within 100 yards of the barrier and anyone armed within 300 yards.
This is the rules of engagement from Israel, according to this reporter.
That separates the Gaza Strip from Israel. And Israel responded by deploying tanks and soldiers, giving orders to shoot anyone who came within 100 yards of the barrier and anyone armed within 300 yards.
So anyone armed within 300 yards and anyone who comes within 100 yards of the border. 100 yards of the border, by the way, they said that the living encampments were 1,200 feet away from the border. Pretty sure that like a meter or a foot, it's normally around like 2 or 3 feet, right? So let's just use 3 as like an average. So 300, as a matter of fact, let's be precise. Why not? Feet to a yard. Why not? We're getting one guide before we even start. In 1 yard, there's 3 feet. So I was right. So he's saying that they're living 1,200 feet away, which is 400 yards away. If anybody gets within 300 yards of the fence, they have a weapon, they're getting shot. By the way, I think that the weapons include slings and rocks. And then when it comes to if they literally I keep using literally, actually get within 100 yards of the fence, which is 300 feet, then they get shot. Okay. So let's go back to the complaint. The IDF only shot to kill armed protesters. False. The IDF killed numerous peaceful protesters with live fire, including children. He eliminated all the links that we were using during our conversation in our debate, but IDF killed children right of return march. This is borne out by stats, by the way, so let's just read it. Muhammad, 35 and father of 3 from Bet Hainoun, was shot with a live bullet in the leg during the Great March of Return demonstration on 30 March 2018. I went through 25 surgeries, but I'm still in pain, he told OCHA, as a result of his disability. Muhammad lost his job as a construction worker, and the economic situation on his family has began to deteriorate. My wife couldn't bear with my situation and with the poverty, so we got divorced. My life is nothing but misery. The GMR demonstrations in Gaza were suspended as of 2019. However, like Muhammad, thousands of wounded or traumatized people continue to suffer the consequences. To support their rehab and mitigate the impact on them and their families, humanitarian agencies have appealed to the U.S. for $13 million for a range of interventions during 2020. So far, only 19% of this amount was secured. Lack of funding is not the only impediment. Crowd control methods used by Israel during the Great March of Return have raised serious concerns about excessive use of force, compounded by a lack of effective investigations and accountability. Also of concern are indications that Hamas authorities have not done enough to protect children attending the demonstrations and prevent their exposure or risk of violence or instrumentalization for political action. As the GMR demonstrations or otherwise will resume in the future, it is critical that both authorities modify these policies. Since 30 March 2018, Palestinians have been holding, where's the stats? Israeli forces have responded to shooting tear gas canisters, some of them from drones, rubber bullets, and live ammunition, mostly snipers. As a result, 214 Palestinians, including 46 children, were killed, and 36,100, including nearly 8,800, have been injured. 1 in 5 of those injured, over 8,000, were hit by live ammunition. So this is already where I'm getting a little frustrated because this person doesn't like my coverage, but my coverage is backed up by the analysis of the stats, okay? There's 8,000, there's 36,000 total injuries, okay? 8,000 were hit by live ammunition. The IDF only shot to kill armed protesters. False, the IDF killed numerous peaceful protesters with live fire, including children. Okay, you and I watched on this channel 2 weeks ago, we watched Hamas doing training camps for 8-year-olds. Okay. So there are people 8 to 16 who are participating in these protests. And there are people 8 to 16 who are trained in violence. Also, when we're going to watch the videos, we're going to see people throwing rocks and burning tires at the IDF forces. And rocks, while statistically not likely to kill you, 200-mile-an-hour rocks can 100% kill you. So I'm not going to be surprised if this person thinks that rocks are unarmed, whereas I think rocks are armed. So I'm going to go ahead and move on and presume that based off of stats, we can say that Israel may have killed some peaceful protesters, and they indeed might have killed some children. But the IDF argumentation is going to be that they were following the rules of engagement, that they only shoot people who are within 100 yards of the fence line and armed people out to 300 yards. That's going to be their argumentation. And rocks are going to count as armaments. Number 2, the IDF used 22 and aimed for the kneecaps, mostly false. Okay, I don't care about this because I wasn't saying that they exclusively used 22 caliber. I'm saying that that's what they used in order to shoot people in the calves and the knees. And I was reporting about what I was told by an IDF soldier, not a general ROE across the entirety of the conflict. That's crazy that you thought it was an entire ROE across the entirety of the conflict. The IDF used 5.56 rounds. That's their general issue rounds. Consistent with that of the U.S. Huntington hunting rifle. You don't know what you're talking about in reference to guns. That's okay. Rounds that mushroom and cause extreme damage. They cause intermediate damage, which is fine. They don't know anything about guns. It's okay. All protesters were tearing down the border wall. False. Okay. What we learned today is that they were shot if they came within 100 yards of the border wall, regardless of whether or not they were breaking it down. Okay. That's a detail that we added it to it. The overwhelming majority of the protesters were 1,200 to 2,300 feet away and living in encampments protesting peacefully. That's borne out by the statistics as well. The IDF were not shooting protesters in the chest. False, there were reports and records of unarmed protesters being shot and killed through rounds into the chest. Okay. Gazans are going to report it differently. So you're frustrated that I'm reporting it from a Israeli sympathetic perspective and you have a Palestinian sympathetic perspective, and you don't like that I use the R slur. Okay. Let's watch these videos for the sake of completion, but then let's move into the content because, frankly, this has very quickly become a nothing burger for me.
According to the New York Times, which cited an Israeli report from the time, over 21 months of demonstrations, 214 Palestinians were killed, including 46 children, according to the United Nations.
Okay, and by the way, when I read the 46 children, I guarantee you, let's say that there's an 8-year-old that's killed. Horrible, horrifying, disgusting, okay? let's say that 8-year-old is, dragging tires, throwing rocks, all that kind of stuff. Are they technically with an ROE? Yes. Is it gross to shoot a kid and actually kill them? Yes. However, when I was reading the stories, oftentimes when it came to the 46 children, even in the articles that person gave me, the age listed was like 16, 18, 15. And I'm not saying that makes it like good. Of course, it's not good. But I am saying that there's a huge difference between an 18-year-old and a 15-year-old, okay? When it comes to physical capacity and, you can't tell, they don't suddenly become 18 and become easier to shoot, right? We use 18 as a guidance for what's an adult in general, but a 15-year-old can look like an 18-year-old and an 18-year-old can look like a 15-year-old. The fact that they're older teenagers doesn't somehow limit their capacity for violence.
And at least 36,100 Palestinians were injured, including almost 9,000 children, the UN reported. A fifth of those injured were reportedly hit by live.
Okay, so let's go ahead and look back here. Let's get a still. Commander haircut. 9,000 children. Okay, so right here, we have tires burning. And this kid is probably 10 or 12 right here. And they have a sling with a rock. You're showing me exactly what I'm arguing about. Okay? So the Palestinians, within 300 yards of the border fence, have brought tires. They set them on fire. And they're flinging rocks into Israel in the hopes of hitting an IDF soldier. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. So these are armed people within 300 yards of the fence. Now, the chances of them killing someone are very low. There was only one Israeli soldier that was killed, and there was 8 or 10 wounded. But that doesn't change the fact of what they're trying to do. They're trying to hurt or kill people in this picture, and these look like 10-year-olds and 12-year-olds. These are children. They are within 300 yards of the fence. They are throwing rocks at 200 miles an hour using slings. So you're showing me exactly what we're talking about.
Children, the UN reported. A fifth of those injured were reportedly hit by live ammunition. One Israeli soldier was killed and 7 others injured during the demonstrations. Although some protesters burned tires and threw rocks and Molotov cocktails towards Israeli soldiers.
Yeah, this is probably like a 15-year-old or a 16-year-old. We have a 16-year-old right here. So he's classified as a child. He's throwing a rock at 200 miles an hour at an Israeli soldier. Whether or not he's going to hit, he's probably not going to hit. Let's be real. The Israelis are in cover behind berms with sandbags, with guns. So the chances of this rock actually injuring or they'll injure an Israeli soldier. They're not going to kill an Israeli soldier. Probably. They got one lucky shot that killed one Israeli soldier. But this is lethal force. This is an armed person within 300 yards of the fence line. Per ROE, you can shoot this person. Whether or not you agree with that ROE is up to you.
Videos and eyewitness testimonies indicated that Israeli soldiers shot at unarmed protesters, observers, journalists, and health workers roughly 165 to 440 yards from the fence, a distance that meant they were not a threat. The UN published a report.
Not a threat is not true. Now, you can say that if they're unarmed at 440 yards, which again, I don't know the specifics of these stories, but let's say that there's an armed person with a rifle at 440 yards, that person absolutely 100% can be a threat at that distance. The AK-47, which is like the most popular rifle amongst insurgent forces in the Middle East and North Africa, the 7.62 by 39 round is only accurate on a point target out to 200 yards, or at least that's my lore. But the round itself can still reach out substantively further than that and injure and kill people.
The UN published a report in 2019 saying it believed Israeli soldiers committed violations of international human rights and humanitarian law and called on Israel to investigate. Israel did not investigate the killings. So what led to these demonstrations? At the time, the 141 square mile Gaza Strip was home to almost 2 million people, a number that has grown slightly in the years since. Most of the inhabitants of Gaza, one of the most densely populated areas in the world, are refugees. Because of the Israeli blockade established in 2007 when Hamas took control of the Strip, Palestinians aren't allowed to to leave, except in rare cases. The blockade has also devastated the economy there, as Israel strictly limits imports and exports. According to the World Bank, more than 50% of people in Gaza live in poverty, and the Strip is one of the world's highest unemployment rates at 45%, leaving the region dependent on international aid. War has wreaked havoc on Gaza as well. From December of 2008 through 2014, Israel launched 3 major military operations there, killing nearly 4,200 Palestinians and injuring more than 19,000. About 43 Israelis were killed in Gaza and 31 injured over the same time period, most of whom were soldiers. For those living in Gaza, life was a nightmare. And though protesters didn't achieve their goals with the Great March of Return, they did garner national attention for the humanitarian crisis there. Diana Boutou, a Palestinian human rights lawyer, commented on the matter, saying, "This is beginning to shed a little bit of light and open a door for people to open their eyes."
And by the way, this is fine. If you don't like my perspectives, that's fine. Plenty of people don't like my perspectives. All right. So let's be real. I'm going to try to summarize this. Obviously, I'm waking up. Obviously, I'm a little bit frustrated. Obviously, I'm a little bit annoyed with that person. Okay. I guarantee you it's Commander Haircut. Okay. So let's think about what's happening. And I'll address any complaints or criticisms in chat. So let's think about what's happening. I have a mildly pro-Israeli narrative in my head, but I still think they do messed up stuff all the time. All right. So my criticisms are insufficiently hyperbolic or insufficiently aggressive towards Israel in reference to Commander Haircut's perspective. But what I said was that Israel, when people approach the fence, they will shoot people in the calf or shoot people in the kneecap, because we did read stories about that with the 22 caliber. And on top of that, I spoke with an IDF soldier who said they did that. Commander Haircut got frustrated because that's not all they did, right? They also used 5.56 in order to shoot. I also read another article recently where they shot to wound in the feet and the hands with 5.56. 5.56 is an intermediate caliber round. It's still a 22, but it's a zipped up 22. You know, it's a 22 on steroids. And so if I got hit with a 5.56 in my hand, it would effectively shred my hand, right? There probably wouldn't be like, they would probably sever all the tendons in here. It would probably blow apart everything that's inside here. This hand would no longer be functional after getting hit with 5.56. If you hit me in the arm or the leg or with 5.56, then that arm is going to be severely jacked up. There's also a chance that you're going to, with the amount of tissue damage that a 5.56 can do, then you can nick an artery, and as a result, somebody can exsanguinate, meaning they can lose sufficient blood that it kills them. All that's true. I don't think I would have ever denied that if they said that in chat, by the way. Then what happened was they were frustrated that I was saying that their ROE was something that it wasn't. Okay, well, we just watched a video. ROE is rules of engagement. We watched what the rules of engagement were. If you get within 100 yards of the fence, you're liable to be shot. To wound, apparently, but you can also be shot with deadly force. And then 300 yards, if you're armed, which rocks and slings count as being armed, you can get shot. Even in the video that we were watching, there were kids who were throwing rocks using slings. And let's see, I'm going to show you, just because it's interesting. Slings, while statistically unlikely to be effective against Israeli forces crouched behind a berm and rocks, they can be like not prehistoric, but the damage a sling can do. They can be accurate. They can be extremely dangerous. And so that, you know, it would be considered armed. Now, whether or not you agree with the fact that they should be considered armed, take that up with Israel. That's not me. Okay. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. Just because I want to show you what a sling can do. Okay.
This is a professional rock slinger, Azogu, and he's really accurate. Azogu spends hours practicing his skills on objects like melons and sometimes even obliterates oranges against rocks. Now I see why Goliath didn't survive. This is a professional.
So let's talk about the ancient warriors, the Balearic slingers. Slingers of old hailed from the Balearic Islands in Greece. They trained from youth. And there's even an old story that basically goes, in order to eat their bread, they had to hit it first with a stone. They were coveted as mercenaries, and when the Romans came to try and subjugate them, There's even stories that the Romans were getting their boats sunk by these slingers. Slings are split pouch, so as opposed to the hammock in the back, they had a split. Slings themselves were generally made out of jute twine, and you can see on this frayed one here, this is a 54-strand sling. They generally carried 3 different slings of different varying lengths. The sling, the more distance, the more power you can get out of it. They could throw 10 to 15 a minute, and they could go well outside the range of a bow, up to 300 to 400 yards. So they could throw a rock well over 100 miles an hour. Force has been compared to that of a modern firearm. What do you need to act yourself out as a warrior in history? Well, you need some string, a rock, and a ton of practice. So let's go up to 3.
So this is just cool, by the way, because I think growing up, in my opinion, I was raised with the story of David and Goliath, right? So you have David, the future king of Israel. He's a wussy. He's a little boy. He doesn't know what to do. He's going to go face off against Goliath because everybody in Israel is too cowardly to face a giant Philistine man. And, the king Solomon or Saul, or I always mix up the names. But the point is the king gives him armor, and then David ultimately says it's too heavy and he doesn't think he's going to be able to use it. So he just goes into battle with a sling. And so Goliath, this massive warrior, covered in armor and plate and all that kind of stuff, David just puts a rock into his eye and kills him with a sling. Right. So we have this perspective of David and Goliath. We use it as a temporary device of the professional bad A warrior who is absolutely going to slaughter this tiny little unarmed boy. But then the unarmed boy kills the traditional warrior through freak chance and the aid of God with a sling. But that's not entirely true. If we look at this damage that the sling is actually capable of,
300 to 400 yards, so they could throw a rock.
So I'm actually going to reduce the volume, but look at what a sling can do. Now, I'm not saying that this makes everything that Israel does justified. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is this could be considered deadly force. Bear in mind that deadly force is articulated internationally as imminent threat of death or great bodily harm.
Well over 100 miles an hour.
120 miles an hour. But take a look at what it does to a skull and take a look at what it does to cinder block. Boom. If you fracture, this person might not be dead. Okay. But take a look at what it does to the skull.
That of a modern firearm.
Boom. That's a fractured orbital socket. That's a fractured skull. And that's skull fragments going into the brain. That 100% put you in a coma. That could cause permanent brain damage. That absolutely could kill you.
Do you need to act yourself out as a warrior in history? Well,
and then watch what it does to the cinder block.
A rock and a
not that one. This one. Boom. So right through the cinder block. So anyways, I don't like it. I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to be straight up. We're going to move into the segment now. I don't like it that I had somebody in my chat who didn't like one of my takes. And so they emailed Valor Media Network in order to say Connor had inaccurate takes about Israel, Gaza. I would so much prefer it that you fight it out with me in chat, which, by the way, I invite. If you don't call me a piece of garbage, if you don't use slurs against me, if you don't use a whole bunch of profanity, if you actually present argumentation, I'll argue with you. But me disagreeing with you is not me being wrong. You could be wrong. And as a matter of fact, I think demonstrably that person was not, for all of the criticisms of the lack of nuance that I injected into the conversation, I could point to half a dozen elements where that person was not injecting a level of nuance into the conversation. So that's enough for the one guy. We spent, 20 minutes getting one guide. We spent 10 minutes with tech issues. So I'm just going to check in with chat real quick and then we'll get cracking into the content. So let me go full screen, check in with chat. I know I was literally just complaining for a while, so my fault. My bad. My bad. The one guy has gotten it out of hand. First live chat, now email. Christian Vlaris, you're not wrong. Shadow 2 Bravo, good to see you again. Another leftist. You said it, not me. That's petty, petty, petty stuff. Well, listen, they're welcome back in chat and they can feel free to have a conversation with me about what's going on. But yeah, I do think it's petty. I do think it's petty that you're going to fight me in chat. Then you're going to fight me in Discord. And then when you still don't like what I say, you email the company. That's crazy pants. And you're emailing them about a political disagreement about the analysis of the use of force in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, right? If you want to fight it out, but don't, that I think that's kind of wussy. The standards of international law enforcement situation restrict a state's military, paramilitary force from engaging in typical military tactics like immediately gunning down combatants, which is what Palestinian rioters were. Many of the children that were shot were used as human shields by Hamas gunmen. Even if we don't accept that as a line of argumentation, we just watched a video about the Palestinian right of return. It was 3 or 4 minutes, and we already saw teenagers, probably kids aged 12 to 18, who were flinging rocks and burning tires at IDF. You can say it's an unfair fight, but guess what? In war, it's typically an unfair fight. So anyways, sorry, I'm frustrated, but that's crazy. They're attacking Connor on all fronts, mobilize the community. Gondor calls for aid, okay? Lefties named himself commander, but speaks. Possum Nation says, I keep forgetting you stream daily now. Nice surprise. Well, good to have you, Possum Nation. Sacred Snow says, Valor Media Network, this is Destiny's point. The ICJ report of the Great March of Return analyzes it as a police event rather than a military conflict. Destiny claims that is poor framing. Even if you want to say it's a police thing, okay? If it's a police thing, then in order to maintain the security of the border, Sacred Snow, we don't need to demilitarize Israel. We need to give them more technology, which I guarantee you Commander Haircut would not be interested in. So one of the things, there's this cool riot control technique that uses like a microwave gun. It's horrifying. I would never want to be shot with a microwave gun, but it's a microwave gun that doesn't kill you, but it makes you feel like your skin is on fire and you will do anything in order to get away from that sensation. And so you run away sideways or away from the microwave gun because you're so desperate to not get hit with it again. And so, if you want to give Israel microwave guns so we can save more lives, okay. If you want to give them more rubber bullets to save more lives, okay, that's fine. We can break bread on that. I doubt that he's going to be excited about my creative solutions to reduce casualties on the Gazan border. But anyways, that's where the no violence unless imminent threat of death or great bodily harm comes from, which would have been used in a military context. Well, Sacred Snow, you say that, but that was also my rules of engagement or escalation of force when I was in law enforcement. So no, imminent threat of great death or of great bodily harm or death, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. That's also a standard in law enforcement. So it's a far more reaching standard than just military affairs. I read somewhere that Israelis developed a non-lethal substance worse than CS, a putrid substance that smells like something akin to feces. Ew, gross. I don't know. I guess I'm just too GWAT brain to trust the children killed weren't armed and a threat. Well, I mean, Ironside, we kind of demonstrated that, didn't we? Didn't we just watch videos of teenagers throwing slings, right? I'm not saying that slings in a modern context are effective weapons. I'm saying they just can be imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. We know NGOs and polygroups use the word children to describe teenagers. You said it, not me. Sacred Snow says, at Connor, October 7th was also the border wall breach. Everything is not a threat unless it succeeds. These people are either, you said it, not me, or bad faith, and the ICJ didn't do due diligence on GMR. Agreed. So you can take the Palestinian narrative at face value. You can take the Israeli narrative at face value. Or, I don't know, you can articulate what their perspectives are and then say the truth is probably in the middle, as in all things. Which isn't the standard of military ROE. The USMC obliterated Iraqis simply for being spotted with a radio cell phone. Well, I mean, the context was you should see them more than one time. Let's put it that way. Christian Blair says, ask Ken to respond to the email. No, bad Christian Valeris. We are getting away from ableist slurs. Oh, yeah. Silver, yeah, he did take content, which, by the way, like there can be a cross-pollination of content. I should be the same person on Counterpoints as I am on Valor. But yeah, I do agree. I was using ableist slurs and profanity. They emailed the company about using ableist slurs and how they disagreed on the Israel-Palestine conflict. Okay. Just popped in. How do you burn a tire at someone? Well, you don't. So conservative liberalism, answering your question earnestly, you're not burning a tire in order to injure the other party. You're burning a tire in order to use the acrid black smoke in order to cover up your operations. So if based off of the video that we just watched, what the Palestinian protesters were doing is when they got sufficiently angry and when enough people had been shot with rubber bullets, they dragged tires up to the border. They set fire to them. That way there was smoke. So, you know, the Israeli snipers couldn't have an identifiable target, so they couldn't shoot anyone, shoot to wound or shoot to kill. And then they started using slings in order to fling rocks into Israel. So you're not, the tires are not a weapon. They're concealment. Unfair fight and it's war. Prefer to win the war, not the battle. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about conflict here. From my understanding, the Indian Army launched strikes at terrorist training centers, not Pakistani military installations. Well, let's be real. India probably calls them both. Sacred Snow says, wait, Commander Haircut submitted this complaint after participating in good faith debate during the stream? Yeah. I put it at 90%, 95% that it's Commander Haircut. They can say that it's not them, but Commander Haircut was talking to me in chat. Then they DM'd me on Discord and they said, hey, it's Commander Haircut. Let's talk about this situation. We were talking it out. We sent like links back and forth that we felt substantiated our arguments. And then they blocked me on Discord. And then they sent an email to Valor. So yeah. When do you stream on Counter versus Valor? So Counterpoints is Tuesdays. Valor is Monday through Friday. And then I'm trying to stream from 9:30 to 2:30. But as you can understand, setting up channels, setting up YouTube channels, talking about social media, talking about debates, talking about this, talking about that, you know, medical appointments, it's all interfering with the consistent live streaming schedule. And so my apologies, sincerely, it's my fault. There's little things that we need to do, but we will, you know, we'll do those little things over time and we'll stabilize as a channel going forward. Gotcha. They were smoke screening. Yes. Does the Indian-Pakistan war mean I'm getting to get less calls? Listen, we're on Valor. We all need to up our game. Okay. You know, Valor. What's the definition of Valor? Okay. I know it has to do with like, bravery and virtue and all that kind of stuff. Okay. We all need to be great courage in the face of danger, especially battle. Well, that's not anything to do with using slurs or ableist terms. Anyways, all right, listen, that's enough of me complaining. Okay. I'm sorry if it was haphazard. I'm sorry if it was just me complaining. I'm sorry if it was all over the place. I'm sorry if it was schizophrenic. I am a little tired. I am getting caffeinated. I am waking up effectively to somebody emailing my boss to complain that they didn't like my take on the Israel-Palestine conflict and that I was using ableist slurs. But that's a very minor complaint. Let's be real. It's a minor complaint. I should get over it. We get one guide all the time. It's totally fine. I think there's just an added element of frustration because effectively I engaged in approximately good faith in order to have a conversation with somebody about a nuanced and frustrating political issue. And then they pulled a Karen move. So not very cool. Not very cool. So we can get a pass for slurs? No. All right. So one of the directions that I got from Ken was that I can use whatever profanity I want, although I do want to reduce the amount of profanity that I want. However, there are people who are, I love ableist slurs. I think you all know this because of my frequent use. But the truth is that some people, I don't really use the F slur. I did use the F slur on Rob Noor, which was unprofessional and rude. In my defense, he was homophobically saying that I was filleting Brianna Wu and filleting Destiny. And so I just used a homophobic slur against him. That was not polite. I think that I've used the N-word with an A descriptively in the past. That's not polite. Obviously, you know, black folk, they have different opinions on N-word with an A versus ER. They have different opinions on whether or not white people can use it. So I shouldn't do that either, right? Then when it comes to the R slur, my personal position, but I'm going to defer, of course, to my employers, is that the R slur is not directed typically at people for ableism. It's not in order to insult somebody who actually has an intellectual disability in order to say, hey, you have an intellectual disability. The way that I've used it, and I think the way that you guys have used it, and the way that I think that it should be used in social media is effectively that you are so dumb that your ideas are beneath contempt. They are beneath consideration. That's how I use R slur. I think that's how a majority of you use the R slur. Now, that being said, Valor is an offshoot of Midas. There are Democrats, there are progressives, there are people who have family members who are disabled, et cetera, et cetera. We should be sensitive to them maximally. And so as a result, if we can use other terms besides R slur, I will try to minimize my use of the R slur. That's where we landed, okay? It's not whether or not it's justified. I would defend to the death my uses of various insults and my opinions on several people. However, we do need to bear in mind that there's other people on the network. They're more professional. They have a higher idealized mission than me. My mission is to go into the trenches, go into the muck and the mire, and deal with the most frustrating people on the planet in the hopes that schizo internet political guys pay attention to us and stop being schizos as a result, which is a difficult mission, but a real one. And so that's what we're going to do. I guess we got to be good boys and good girls. No, y'all can act up. Okay. As a matter of fact, I would appreciate it if you guys did act up. And what I mean by that is you are not employments of the Valor Media Network. You are my community. You are the people who choose to watch the stream on a day-to-day basis. You are here to have fun. So I don't want you to feel like you're walking on eggshells. In my opinion, you should be able to use the R slur. You should be able to use ableist terms. You should be able to use homophobic terms. You should be able to use, not against gay people, okay, but you should be able to use homophobic terms against other people. And you should be able to be insulting. You are the community. You are the chat. You are having fun. You are posting. I'm not here to moral frog or moral police about you. And if somebody tries to moral frog or moral police about the chat, then I think I'm going to push back on that. Just being real. So I'm going to just engage with chat for another minute, and then we're going to start the content. So Celeste Plantagenet York. No, you do not have to be good. Sacred Snow says, Valor branding seems to be honor, integrity, bravery, in my opinion. Yeah. And no offense, but I'm a Marine, right? What is it? There's an Eleanor Roosevelt quote. Eleanor Roosevelt has fantastic quotes. One of them is about the Marines. And so Eleanor Roosevelt, Marine quote. She says, Marines I have seen around the world have the cleanest bodies, the filthiest minds, the highest morale, and the lowest morals of any group of animals I have ever seen. Thank God for the Marine Corps. Right? This is the Marine Corps. All right? So if the Army or the Navy, if they want to be clean, if they want to be smart, if they want to be nice, that's their job. That's not the job of a Marine. And I actually told Ken, feel free to email this person back and say that I am the Marine Corps DEI hire for Valor Media Network. Okay? I am the Air Force, the Navy, the Army, the Officer Corps in particular. They all produce sanitized geniuses who can talk tactfully and all that kind of stuff. I am the Marine Corps DEI hire, which means that I'm going to be more abrasive than all the other branches. In society, Connor wants the LGBT to be protected. Rob does not. Exactly. So if I use a homophobic slur, but I actually want LGBT people to have healthy, productive members of society, and I want them to be integrated, ultimately, who's the real homophobe? Conservative liberalism says the AdSense gods will control what words we can and cannot say. Sorry, Ken. Also, Mom and Jesus. I told him that's going to be merchandise. If our slur disappears, I am using Mongoloid. Well, you know, you can. I might not. Yeah, I'm with you, Biz D. You're a Marine. You can't help it. That's what I'm saying. It's ableist to prevent me from using ableist terms, right? To be fair, the Pakistan needles India by using terrorist groups as proxies in the Kashmir. Yep, probably true. Well, fucking A then. All right. That's enough complaining. I didn't know Midas is the parent company that is actually pretty based that they're branching out to conservatives. Yeah, so Midas, they had the idea. There's some veterans who work for Midas. They're relatively speaking anti-MAGA. And they said, hey, the internet is polluted with psychopaths and freaks who are recruiting disaffected young men into torturous and terrible ideologies. What if we created a channel that was based off of military veterans and first responders that was catered to young men in order to... Yeah, I agree, Shadow 2 Bravo. I'm with you 100%. Now, that being said, I'll be polite. You don't need to be. Okay. The how do I phrase this? Midas thought that was a good idea to have military, first responders, veterans, people who had lived hardcore lives to effectively create content that might appeal to men aged 15 to 40. That's what I said, not what they said. That's what I said. That should be our target. Men aged 15 to 40 who are disaffected and frustrated with the way society is going, and then try to offer them better content than, let's say, Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, Sneeko, etc. So that's the idea behind the channel. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a fantastic mission. Now, of course, they have like an electoral component as well. They obviously prefer Democrats to Republicans, but they prefer never Trump Republicans to MAGA Republicans. But that's neither here nor there. That's not the intent of the content, is not to convert you into an electoral base. The intent of the content is to make you better people over time through giving you better content to engage with versus the trash that's coming out of the red pill. So anyways, let the man enjoy his crayons. That's what I said, Sacred Snow. That's what I said. So I want an Air Force fighter pilot, though. Something about Air Force guys. Listen, they're smart and they can be attractive. They just need to lift weights. A lot of them don't lift weights. Ironside says, saying that means you haven't had much experience with the Air Force. They are as horse-slurred as the rest. Oh, man. Selective outrage is a power play. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. No, they want me to dance. That's what they want me to do. I didn't say what they wanted me to say, so they got frustrated and they emailed the boss. That's what happened. All ideologies aside, we need to put aside our differences and unite. Yeah, I agree. Sacred Snow. We do need to, because MAGA is such a nefarious piece of crap. We do need to build up a coalition of the people who dislike MAGA. And Ken asked me about this because he was saying, like, it seems like there's no winners in the Israel-Palestine conflict commentary because everybody gets so pissed off. And if you're too sensitive to the Palestinians, the Israelis get pissed off and the Jews get pissed off. And if you're too sensitive to the Israelis, then the Palestinians and the Arabs get pissed off. So it seems like there's no real winners. And what I would say is the reason why I was interested in this content, the conflict between Ethan Klein and Hasan Piker, is because it's partially electoral. Okay. So there's Jews who are sympathetic to Israel, who are frustrated with vile anti-Semitism that's coming out of leftists, that's going unchallenged within our culture. And then there's leftists who are arguing like, no, because there's a ongoing humanitarian crisis / genocide going on in Gaza, you don't get to be offended by anti-Semitism. And that's actually the crux of this argument between Ethan Klein and Hasan Piker. So let me check in with chat one more time. We'll do the intro. We'll get into it. Celeste Plantagenet York says, I live close to an Air Force base. I encounter them every day. Well, then how hard is it to find a husband, Celeste Plantagenet? How hard is it to find your husband if you see officer Air Force dudes who work out every single day? That seems like shooting fish in a barrel. Conservative liberalism says Ethan Klein versus Hasan Piker isn't even a microcosm of the war. Ethan said the IDF is a terrorist force and said Israel's committing a genocide against Palestine. They're literally both far left. Yeah, I know. But this shows the narcissism of small differences, where even Ethan Klein, being as far left as he is not sufficient for the psychopaths in Hasan Piker's audience. So it was a debate about a sword. No, it wasn't. That was a component of it. It was a debate about anti-Semitism. I remember my first supervisor in the Air Force would sit outside Security Forces HQ building off after duty and drink from his spit bottle. Oh, I'm assuming he was enlisted. That's crazy. I'm too shy. I feel like they're too good for me. Well, they're not, Celeste Ponta. You might be a heathen, anti-theist, rebelling against the gods, but I'm sure that you can find some nice, either Christian or edgy anti-theist goth Air Force boy who can be, who can tame your wild side. I'm sure he exists. They are degenerates. Agreed. Yep. He liked his skull apple spit. Oh, cutting that from the VOD. Agreed. Anybody read that Netanyahu is giving Hamas 2 weeks to surrender and give up hostages, or they continue the fighting bombing? Where are the hostages? I assume they're all dead. Yeah, probably. A pagan? Yeah, there's neo-pagans. There's people who don't believe in. They don't believe in pagan, like the polytheistic religion. They don't believe it literally. They believe it metaphorically, and so they keep the ways of the old gods, right? Anyways, all right. Sorry, I have a foggy brain. I simultaneously had too much and too little caffeine. I feel like my segment about the right of return was a miss because I wasn't sufficiently organized mentally. And also, I got angry as I realized that it was Commander Haircut. So that's my fault. Anyways, let's move on. Full screen. Full screen. Hi guys, my name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I am a part of the Valor Media Network, which is a group of first responders and military veterans who are commenting on alternative media, news, sports, all that kind of stuff, trying to give the world better content, trying to give young men and men in general better content. And so I'm very excited and happy to be a part of that mission. Now, that being said, I'm a little bit on the dirtier side of the Valor Media Network, where there are hundreds of thousands of young men who are trapped in the alternative media sphere. And by alternative media, I mean YouTube and Twitch. And they are being, in my opinion, cultivated as cultists by false prophets. There are incredibly bad people on the far left. There's incredibly bad people on the far right. And so part of my show is calling these people out, criticizing their arguments, calling out when they're being bad, and basically calling them pieces of garbage while still trying to keep the rating PG-13. Sometimes we fail that. Sometimes we succeed in that. Doesn't matter. Either way, that's what we're doing today. This is going to be part 2 in the series. This is where we're breaking down a debate between two gentlemen named Ethan Klein and Hasan Piker. I hope that you've watched the previous installment, but in case you haven't, this is Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein is a Jewish gentleman who's married to an Israeli woman, and he is sympathetic to Israel while still very critical of Israel. He used to do a leftist podcast with a gentleman by the name of Hasan Piker, who is a Turkish-descended gentleman who is incredibly sympathetic to the Palestinian cause to the point that he sweeps for terrorist organizations, which has frustrated a lot of people, including me. They are both wildly popular content creators. It is one of the biggest debates of the year, and so that's why we're going to watch it, pause every few minutes, and break it down. So without further ado, let's get it started.
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he discovered the IP ban. Is that not true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the
out of context.
I'm going to fast forward the Destiny argumentation. And for those of you who don't know, there's a gentleman that I am kind of associated with. His name is Stephen Bennell. He's a famous streamer named Destiny. He does do some very shisty things when it comes to his personal sexual conduct. However, he is a very smart, intelligent debater. So he is a controversial figure that Hasan Piker has accused Ethan Klein of being friendly with, which he's using as a vector of attack against Ethan Klein. I don't care about that. I think it's a poorly made argument. I think it's inconsequential to the debate. And so as a result, I just skipped 2 minutes so we can actually get into the next topic.
Absolutely not.
Compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips.
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7.
There we go.
Okay. That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening.
Uncontested.
Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose
her
to
name is
use
Hila,
that
by
clip
the way,
that is
Hasan.
14
I don't
seconds
know
long
why
out
you
of
referred to her
context.
as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her emails
Hila.
asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so
yeah,
why don't
that's
you say
fine.
that? Why,
Okay.
Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no. She's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what I
Yes,
was saying?
absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that you
Hasan,
initially understood
that was
the full
one
context until Hila stopped you
Very
and
good.
said,
You
no,
said
no,
it.
no.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th. In fact,
the totality of all my
in fact,
responses.
you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Excellent. I like the way this is going. Teddy Fresh is not a code word for feet pics. Silver. Thank you. Teddy Fresh is Gila Klein. Ethan Klein is married to an Israeli woman by the name of Gila Klein. I think Ethan has dual citizenship. I don't know whether or not Gila has dual citizenship, but she has a business in the United States called Teddy Fresh, and it's actually a semi-popular clothing line that does very well. Mr. Bombastic says it's a clothing line. Yep, exactly. So no, it's not a dog whistle.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going. But
Sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you think that's the
I'll
most
be honest
accurate
with
way
you.
to...
I was gonna be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity.
Ethan, I want you to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for, you know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you.
His anger is totally justified, by the way. And just summarizing this for people who haven't watched part one, effectively, there was a hit piece that was conducted on Ethan Klein by a third party called iDubbbz. Hasan, Piker, Denims, Frogan, and a guy named Shonda Black all participated as supporting characters in that hit piece video. In that, the promotions for that hit piece video, iDubbbz held a sword that has a manji symbol as a part of the hilt, and the manji is just an inverted swastika. So clearly, in my opinion, 100%, that was done to trigger. I don't think that they're like genocidal, like they actually want to kill old Jews or whatever. I don't think they're actual Nazis, but I think it was done as a dog whistle. So the people who are fervently anti-Zionist could be like, ah, ha, 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 that's pretty funny. And then also, I think it was done to trigger Ethan Klein, to piss him off, that they're using effectively a swastika in promotional material for a hit piece against them, which, by the way, is just vile. It's just anti-Semitic. You can have whatever opinions you want on the Israel-Palestine conflict and still admit that that's anti-Semitism. The other example of anti-Semitism that they engaged in is that there was a panel on who can say the word Habibi. Habibi means like sweetheart in Arabic, I believe. And the tiers were Arab coded, ask permission to say it, thinks it's a slur, and then love Sabra. Now, love Sabra hummus might not sound that offensive because Sabra is a very mid hummus brand. It's very broadly produced and it's not that high quality. Even people who like it are still like, yeah, it's mid for hummus, right? Until you learn that Sabra is Hebrew for a Jew born in the state of Israel, and that it's also an Israeli-owned company. And throughout the panel, they're using Sabra. They're making jokes about like different characters who they use it as something that means like inauthentically Arab. That's the insult that they're using whenever they categorize somebody as, love Sabra. But they also use it as a dog whistle for Jew. Okay, if we're being real, if we're not pulling punches, that's what they're using it for. Specifically, Zionist Jew. And so the reason why they put Ben Shapiro, who was not part of the show, and Ethan Klein on the thumbnail is because they wanted to indict them as Zionist Jews who are Sabras or love Sabras. So they love Jews born in Israel and they're insufficiently sympathetic to the Palestinian cause. It was 100% a dog whistle. And anybody ignoring that, I think, is very dumb, not to use ableist slurs. Then I'm trying to think of what else. Those were like the main ones that I think are just like vile anti-Semitism, but we're going to let them get into the arguments about sexual assaults because I actually think this is the crux of the issue. And it's also the crux of why I'm so repulsed by Hasan Piker.
Fucking genuine of you to take off The baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is
You are a
the baby
prolific
gloves.
liar, bro. Where's the link? Just control F for.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Gila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend the lens of criticism
that's a
to
little
other
silly
people.
considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady. Anyway.
Okay. While we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it.
Deny the
violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
You grab another soda, but I'm hearing you.
Yeah, and part of the categorization before we get into it is Hasan Piker laughing about, laughing at people calling out the assaults that happened on October 7th.
There is one instance in captivity.
Chair react.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
Is that there is one instance in captivity. Put a Hamas headband on me?
I sure did.
Instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who are simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way, if you're showing my
You're giggling. It's so funny.
Has a right to.
Right. This is... Sorry, I'm going to pause it because I am going to get worked up about this. Even if you believe... So this is the argument, okay? There's like a Mott and Bailey situation going on here. Rape doesn't justify genocide. I agree with that statement. I think Ethan Klein agrees with that statement. I think everybody in chat agrees with that statement. So let's say half a dozen to a dozen people who are involved with Hamas and involved in the October 7th, 2023 terrorist attacks, let's say that they committed sexual assault on October 7th or on women, who were held in captivity after the attack. Okay. Why? He's saying that because it's not systemic, he thinks that rape doesn't justify genocide. Okay, we agree with you. Then also, he thinks that there's insufficient evidence to justify the systemic narrative. Potentially, we should analyze the evidence that's actually available, but why would somebody bringing up sexual assault during a terrorist attack make you smirk and giggle? Like, that's the kind of disconnection from reality that is infuriating to me. And then not just that, I want to bring this up in the context of getting one guide earlier. How do you, as a lefty, a progressive, a leftist, a Democrat, how do you hear me using ableist slurs and being hyperbolic and disagreeing with me slightly on the rules of engagement about the IDF in the Israel-Palestine conflict? How do you hear that and get upset, but you don't hear this and get infinitely more infuriated?
To defend
itself. I'm not giggling. I'm sure bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about?
What rapes did Hamas do?
Yep.
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? Call people mentally ill. Find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific acts of sexual
I'm not exactly
violence.
I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
So you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
When someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan.
And girls.
Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Ethan.
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
Okay. But I got the point. You're saying that you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that
women
someone
and girls,
is
men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence.
the deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar didn't happen.
There you go, Hasan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen.
That's
Great commentary about.
Yeah, which by the way is going to be accurate as they're going to demonstrate in the upcoming segment.
By the way, okay.
I mean,
so,
it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. You did,
and sorry, we're going to slow this down and we're going to fact check it as it happens because I think it's wildly important.
Actually, I'm surprised you did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
The one that you misrepresent continually. That you fucking continually lie about the conclusion.
Report. Wait, what did I misrepresent about the UN
preliminary report? Go ahead, you tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report, like, for example, the investigative report that came out.
Sorry, guys, I'm going to be pausing the hell out of this.
About Israel's systematized sexual assaults. That was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Do you?
A lot?
I mean,
so he's saying, I don't do rape denial, and then he launches into rape denial. All right. And so far, this is my understanding of it. Now, I wish that the IDF, and I'm okay with the Israeli government being hostile to the UN, but I do think that it would be beneficial for them to allow like a quote unquote independent investigation into the sexual crimes alleged to have occurred on October 7th and subsequently. But I think that the reason why I would argue for that is because I think that they're going to be vindicated. Now, that being said, I think that the reason why Israel is hostile to the UN is because if you look at the condemnations coming out of the UN, it's consistently like by Russia, by South Africa, by, Libya, condemnations that are voted on and approved against the state of Israel. When you look at the people who are doing the condemnations, they are either themselves engaged in similar behavior or they're using the votes of countries who are engaged in worse behavior in order to achieve these condemnation resolutions of Israel. And so Israel, in my opinion, has a hostile opinion of the UN as a result of that political dynamic. So, I understand Israel's perspective. I think it would be beneficial, but I understand their hostility. Conservative liberalism says the problem with SA is that war is dripping with propaganda. Apparently, there were a couple fabricated claims that Hasan points to in our own POTUS spread, the lies of decapitated infants misinformation. Sure. Okay. Conservative liberalism. That's totally. And by the way, like the fog of war, 100% is a thing. I'm with you there. But what I would say is that when we have video evidence of Hamas committing murders on men, women, and children, videos of them gleefully doing this. One of the things that I don't think I'll ever be able to watch because it'll actually probably send me into a depressive cycle is the 45 minutes of homicide that the Israel government said, or the Israeli government, I think they published it to the internet, but I know they also published it into movie theaters. They effectively said like, hey, people are saying that nothing happened on October 7th, or this was just a military operation, or the targeting of civilians was not intentional. We have 45 minutes of footage that shows specifically the brutality of murder against civilians that Hamas intentionally perpetrated. And so effectively, it's just 45 minutes of people getting murdered. I've seen enough in my life that I don't really feel like engaging with that. But that's the level of anti-propagandistic effort that Israel has gone to in order to substantiate what actually did happen on October 7th. So I'm effectively asking them to do that again in reference to the sexual assault charges, but I understand why that might be so horrific and so degrading to the victims of the situation that they might not be interested in that project, I guess. So Raymond Smith saying it's 1. Well, guess what? regardless of whether or not you desecrate a corpse after a murder, I would still be upset by, I don't know, the murder of children, right? Yeah, the same commission did not find credible evidence that the perpetrators received orders to commit sexual violence. Sure. But if they didn't receive explicit orders in order to commit acts of sexual violence, does that not mean that there were dozens of people who took advantage of the situation in order to commit acts of sexual violence? Were they punished afterwards? Were they dragged out by Hamas and punished for their crimes? Or were they valorized lionized as warriors of the holy cause of Palestinian resistance? Right? So hold on. Christian Valeris. The UN Commission, by the way, identified patterns indicative of sexual assault violence in several locations, concluded that Israeli women were disproportionately subjected to these crimes. Yeah, I'm going to let the UN... Yeah, I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying to expand our understanding of the situation. But then also, I'm going to say that... What is it? I want to let them bring in the evidence so we can analyze the evidence. I understand that this might be a little bit more pause-andy and dry and analytical, but this is the crux of the issue. This is the crux of the hostility between Israelis and Palestinians, is Palestinian sympathetic people. Is Palestinian sympathetic people say that Israel has brutalized Palestinians for so long, what do you expect them to do? And then Israeli sympathetic people say, regardless of how you feel about Israel's alleged abuses of the Palestinian people or actual abuses of the Palestinian people, that's never going to justify murder and sexual assault of civilians, right? This is the argument. This is the disconnect. Yeah. Mr. Ambassador says we knew it was mad barbaric on the day it happened. Dude, they were tweeting it out. I was watching videos on Twitter of them doing it and being proud of it, right? So for them to just kind of say like, oh yeah, it wasn't as bad as you thought it was. It's like, no, what? It was exactly as bad as I think it is. I watched it. I saw it. We all saw Hamas fighters proudly committing unjustified murder against civilians and kidnapping civilians on the day of. Crazy that there's people who are willing to sweep for them as an organization.
And all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel, though.
I agree.
You said,
I agree.
You said,
but Israel,
there's
Israel
women that
certainly
come out
lies
and
a
said,
lot,
I
right?
was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
There is, as far as I understand, instance in captivity.
As far as you understand, because you don't give a fuck about the reality
directed by Hamas.
And by the way, this is all in the context of like 1,000 civilians getting gunned down. So the lack of respect paid to the topic is frustrating for me as well. And the person that they're talking about is Amit Susanna. I'm going to pull her up real quick just because I think it's worthy of knowing that she exists whenever you get into arguments with schizophrenics on Twitter. So Amit Susanna is a woman who was kidnapped. She fought her captors and she was assaulted, I think is the polite way to put it, while in captivity. So this is the one woman who has come forward that Hasan is talking about, where she said, yes, I was kidnapped, I was assaulted, this is what happened to me, etc. And crazily enough, there's footage, I think, of her being taken. I know this is harrowing, so if this isn't for you, I totally understand, but I think it's important to look these things dead on. You can actually see her. This is her getting dragged away by a dozen militant, like a half dozen militants. Watch this. And she's fighting them while she's getting kidnapped. She's like trying to drag herself away. She's trying to become kind of dead weight, but they just keep dragging her into Gaza. Right? And so they pick her up. Look at this. They're carrying her like an animal, like a hunting trophy. Right? This isn't a human being. This is cattle. This is like a devil that they've captured. All right. Anyways.
What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda,
Ethan,
remember?
Ethan.
Hasan, please calm down.
Okay.
You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're
Whoa.
behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay?
Well, okay.
Okay. In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay?
God, I can't wait for him to read something and misunderstand it.
There is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one.
Okay, this is already stupid. Sorry for pausing so much. I'm going to stop apologizing momentarily because this is things that need to be brought down. So we have 1,000 people. Let's just do this, okay? I've been around corpses, and if we lose some viewers, I'm just going to apologize already. It's graphic. You're going to have to deal with me describing graphic reality. Valor Media Channel means, valor means being brave in the face of armed conflict. We need to be brave in the face of disgusting things that are a part of our world that are serious and important. Okay. You have 1,000 corpses as the result of a terrorist attack. There are men, women, and children who have been slaughtered and burned. And there are substantive amounts of people who had gasoline poured on their genitals and then them set on fire. That's part of the report. Okay. So Hasan, rather than focusing on the fact that 1,000 people, 1,000 civilians, I think there was another 200 or 300, IDF soldiers, rather than focusing on the fact that men, women, and children were slaughtered and then their corpses burned, and focusing on the fact that there are reports of genitals that were either mutilated or burned, he focuses on the fact that there was an organization that was picking up the corpses and putting them in body bags for personal disposal. And due to religious reasons or due to wanting to up the funding or up the aesthetics of their organization during one of the most critical moments in history, they moved corpses from one style of body bag to another style of body bag. Now, let's, you know what? We're going to dig into it. We have to. Because this guy is such a lying piece of garbage that I don't trust a single thing he says. Body bags switch issue. And then he's saying that because these people moved corpses from one style of body bag to another style of body bag, that's polluted the investigation. Let's see how true this is. Volunteers who worked alongside Zakah accused members of creating promotional content, inventing stories, and mishandling bodies in PR push. Okay. Zakah volunteers who were dealing with victims of Hamas's October 7th attack on southern Israel created promotional content while on the job, invented horrific stories, and mishandled bodies as a part of a PR campaign, according to reports by the Haaretz Daily last week. Though I'm going to check the original, I think. I don't want commentary from the original. Death and donations. Did the Israeli volunteer group handling the dead of October 7th exploit its role? The Zakah volunteer group began collecting bodies in the devastated blah, 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 blah. An investigation releases cases of negligence, misinformation, and a fundraising campaign that used the dead as props. Close ad. A group of people sit around a plastic table, taking shelter under the branches of a tree on a hot day. The atmosphere is relaxed and the conversation flows. Some smoke cigarettes while others sip soft drinks and nibble snacks. Only for $1. You're going to pay? You're going to paywall me? God, this is so frustrating. Are you serious? It's like the original source paywalls me, so I have to go back. Well, at least it's the Times of Israel, I guess. I guess they would probably have a pro-Israeli bias, right? This, though the Home Front Command has a unit tasked with dealing with victims of terrorism and fallen soldiers, its soldiers told Haaretz that the job was given to Zakah. The soldiers were called up immediately, but were held back for the first week of the attack. They were put to work from the second week on the war, but were allowed to clear bodies of slain soldiers on bases that were targeted by Hamas. The unit soldiers, as well as volunteers from other organizations, accused Zakah volunteers of spreading stories of horrors that didn't happen, releasing sensitive and graphic photos to shock people into donating, and being unprofessional in a bid for screen time. Testimonies from people who worked alongside Zakah claimed that the organization's volunteers were careless while bagging bodies, collecting some dismembered body pieces while leaving the rest behind. This led to soldiers arriving at locations with Zakah stickers indicating that the place had been cleared of bodies, but finding more regardless. A volunteer from a different organization told Haaretz that Zakah also double-wrapped bodies in its own bags after they had already been placed in IDF or other organizations' bags, creating a mess at headquarters when bodies were placed in the wrong sections. Zakah claimed this was only done when there was something wrong with the first bag, but the IDF told Haaretz it had no problems with the bags it had used. The reports also revealed that many Zakah volunteers who were serving as reservists misidentified themselves within the organization's vest as part of the PR campaign. One example was Chaim Otmadskin, leader of the Zakah special units, who was serving as a reservist in a home front search and rescue unit. Otzmatskin was accused by multiple other volunteers of creating promotional content on the job, blocking other organizations' volunteers from getting to where they needed, and using his influence with the home front to make certain scenes exclusively to Zakah. In a statement, Zakah said that the organization relies on donations to function and took the opportunity to show the public the work that it does, but that the organization worked in full cooperation with the IDF and other emergency organizations. Okay. So the accusation is that a volunteer association, let's find out what Zakah is first. What is Zakah? Israel. Zakah is an NGO rescue and recovery organization that provides emergency response services, particularly in the aftermath of disasters and terror attacks. Now, they're an NGO. Okay, so an NGO got accused of unprofessional behavior, and the IDF said that they double wrapped bodies. So there was bodies that were in body bags, and they double wrapped them in their own body bags for promotional material. That's not what Hasan Piker said. Hasan Piker said that they removed corpses from body bags and then put them in their own body bags for promotional material. I find either behavior repulsive. Okay, I'm not saying that either behavior is justified. Okay. Double wrapping a body in a body bag that's unnecessary in order to create promotional material for your NGO, so you can make an ad, so you can get more revenue, regardless of whether or not you think your NGO does good work, is repulsive and disgusting and clout-brained and stupid during one of the most sensitive and messed up times in Israeli history. So whoever did that is a jackass. Okay. Now, when it comes to Hasan Piker, I'm going to go ahead and say, because we've caught him lying in previous segments, he's lying about the pollution of evidence, whereas the accusation that we saw was they took a body bag that was already existing. Zakah says that there was a rip in the bag, and so they double wrapped it. The IDF is saying that Zakah, there weren't rips in the bag, and Zakah double wrapped the bag so they could put their name on the corpse. Either way, it's gross. I'm not saying it's not gross. What I am saying is that Hasan is using that fact in order to propagandize the fact that he's saying that the volunteer organization polluted the potential criminal investigation. I have not seen that substantiated by anything that Hasan has said or a preliminary reading of the articles. Feel free to send me any information that might contradict my existing perspective.
Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to...
Okay. Let's read what he brought up. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape and gang rape during the October 7, 2023 attacks. Credible circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, or cruel and inhuman degrading treatment, was also gathered. There are liars. Okay? I'm just going to go ahead and share this with you. There are liars. I've talked to plenty of Vietnam veterans. There are so many Vietnam veterans who were all special forces, and they all participated in the Cambodia and Laos campaign. Do you know why those people participated in those campaigns? It's because they didn't. They were pogues. They were persons other than grunt like me. Okay. I served in an administrative role in the supply and logistics campaign, or supply and logistics support for Al Anbar province in Iraq. So what I did is I woke up, I went to a building. Inside that building was a computer. I stared at that computer for 9 hours a day. And what I did is I typed in logistics requisitions. And then I also typed in, there was a property accounting issue where one report didn't match another report. And so I went through the archive of all of the reports and I used previous transactions in order to reconcile the reports. That's what I did for 9 hours a day. It was effectively an administrative desk job, but the operation that I was a part of was bringing in equipment for Al-Anbar, Al-Assad, Iraq. That's what I did. Now, what happened while I was there was the surge. And so there was a bunch of infantry that deployed into Iraq at the time in order to reduce the violence that was happening in Iraq, and the violence plummeted. Okay. So I can say that I was a part of the surge, but I cannot claim to be an outside the wire grunt who was participating in surge operations. That wasn't me. But what this would be equivalent to is me saying that I participated in the Battle of Fallujah. That would be stolen valor. It was before my time. That did not happen. But Vietnam vets do that kind of crazy shit. And I guarantee you there will be global war on terror veterans who claim to be a part of the Marja offensive and claim to be a part of the Battle of Fallujah, and they had nothing to do with those conflicts. I guarantee you it's happening now. It's going to happen decades from now. So because there are liars about serious incidents, Hasan is using that as evidence to dismiss the entire category of evidence that's being brought up. Whereas what's being brought up on screen right now is effectively the UN saying that there is information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, or cruel and inhuman and degrading treatment, on top of rape and gang rape. So let's see what else Hasan Piker has to say, because he's using the fact that liars exist and that propagandists and profiteers exist to dismiss the entire concept.
To Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
What's
the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
no, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not
of course,
victims
I remember
of
you do
sexual
that.
assault. Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hasan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So
I can't wait for this. I can't wait for this. There's this one guy. He's a moron. I'm trying to refrain from ableist slurs. So Comrade Haircut or Commander Haircut doesn't get offended that I'm using ableist slurs. So Hasan Piker, he has a fan named Ogre Boy. Ogre Boy is not very intelligent. Okay. Ogre Boy thinks that this sentence, because it says credible circumstantial information, he thinks that circumstantial means like flimsy or nothing. And then, yeah, he basically means that this means nothing. Okay. Credible means that it's probably true. Circumstantial is a standard of evidence that we already talk about. I'm going to give you this as a preempt since we're already in it anyways. Just to clarify this, because I've heard it said by law enforcement people. I've heard it said by Lonerbox, who also does a substantive amount of research onto this. So circumstantial evidence in reference to sexual assault can be as disparate as eyewitness testimony and can be as disparate. I'm watching what you said earlier and you're still leaving out context that I put in the DMs. Okay, Commander Haircut, you sent an email to Valor complaining about it. So what? Now I'm supposed to go back. Well, and by the way, feel free to copy the email and send it to me so I can address your stuff line by line. Feel free. We already took 30 minutes at the beginning of it in order to address everything you said. We can address it again if you would like, since you're here now. Good to know. Ogre Boy. Ogre Boy is so stupid that he thinks that this paragraph disproves sexual assault on October 7th, and he is the Hasan ultimate fan. So if you just want evidence that Hasan Piker is creating propaganda in order for people to dismiss sexual assault as an actual thing, Commander Haircut, I'm going to get into an argument with you because you are my problem today. You already did that and left out the facts I put into the DM. Commander Haircut, you deleted your side of the DMs. You deleted your side of the DM, so I no longer have access to the articles that you sent to me. And then not only did you delete my side of the DMs, you got mad and then you emailed Valor, right? Like, what's your problem? Okay? If you want to go ahead and take bullet points and put in things that I didn't address, quote unquote, feel free to put them in the chat. I will read them for chat so they can hear your narrative of events. I have no problems platforming alternative ideas, but coming into my chat, disagreeing with me on analysis of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, then coming back into chat in order to complain about it, after you already emailed Valor in order to complain that we don't agree on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, why would I be interested in continuing like a relationship with you? Okay, I'll do it, but that's crazy. All right. Yeah, I don't dox, by the way. All right, we're simultaneously dealing with sexual assault and we're dealing with Commander Haircut at the same time. And also complaining about ableist slurs. Okay, listen. Maybe I shouldn't use ableist slurs, but complaining about that is crazy pants. All right, I'm going to play the content while we're waiting for you to get your bullet points.
I'm gonna walk you
Are
through
they
this real quick.
hallucinating?
No. So you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that yeah, of course.
Credible
Let's see if Hasan knows what credible circumstantial evidence means.
circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible.
Okay. So this is where he already said something wrong, and I'm going to point it out again. So let's say that we do a rape kit. Okay. Rape kits can have sperm. They can have sexual fluids. They can have stuff that has DNA, right? But a rape kit individually is not sufficient in order to establish that a rape has occurred. According to Lonerbox, I would actually have to talk to a state's attorney in order to confirm this detail. But a rape kit is considered circumstantial evidence. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Commander Haircut, you're going to trigger me. It's okay. Woosah. Woosah. So anyways, a rape kit can be considered circumstantial evidence by itself because while it does establish that sexual contact was made, it does not establish that the sexual contact was non-consensual. For that, you need, what do you need? You need basically signs of it being forcible. You need witness testimony. You need victim testimony. You need all of that stuff. So him dismissing forensics as somehow being hard evidence versus circumstantial evidence is a miscategorization. Okay. So I said that the conduct doesn't fit Valor Media's message of positive masculinity, which I feel like is an objective observation. I would say it's subjective. Commander Haircut, you and I are not going to agree, but I'm going to try not to use ableist slurs, okay? Well, is it more like Andrew Tate to yell ableist slurs or less like Andrew Tate? Listen, I'm going to get one guide for you, but for the sake of the content, we're going to get one guide for like 5 minutes, then we're going to move back to the content, okay? Is it more like Andrew Tate to yell ableist slurs or less like Andrew Tate? Commander Haircut, I'm going to ask you a direct question. Is your beef with Andrew Tate that he uses ableist slurs? What is your main criticism of Andrew Tate? Is it using ableist slurs? Sorry, Chase. We're getting one good. Please take your time. Well, we're waiting on you, but go ahead and type out what your main criticism of Andrew Tate is. I'll tell you what my main criticism of Andrew Tate is after you tell me yours. Crazy, dumb, idiot, moron. These are all ableist terms. I don't know if they're slurs, but they're terms. But Commander Haircut, please tell me your principal objection. GG, I just got here in time. Yeah. Come on, buddy. Waiting on you. Shouldn't take that long to type it out. Literally just put it in a paragraph. My principal objection with Andrew Tate is blank. Blankety, 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 blank. Enter. I can use ableist slurs because I'm the one chatter who doesn't meet the 3,000 IQ bar. True. Conservative liberalism brings up. All right. Well, now he's not responding, or he's typing too slow for me to wait, so I have to address it. So my point would be is that I don't care that if Andrew Tate uses ableist slurs. I don't care if Destiny uses ableist slurs. I don't care if Hasan Piker uses ableist slurs. I don't care if Ethan Klein uses ableist slurs. And by the way, you're saying that it doesn't fit the message of positive masculinity of valor. You might be correct. Maybe valor cares more about ableist slurs than I do. However, what I would say is that my principal objection about Andrew Tate is that he's a credibly accused rapist and he's a credibly accused sex trafficker, and that he creates content that lionizes his own behavior. That's my primary. Spreading hideous disinformation and hatred of many demographics to young men and spreading the kind of behavior and philosophy to his viewers. Dude, this is you right now. I'm going to make fun of you a little bit. Ken's going to hate this. You might hate this, but I think it's going to be funny. What is it? Norm MacDonald hypocrisy. This is you. I'm being mean, but hopefully you can see the humor in the scenario.
Now, do you think Cosby's legacy will be hurt?
They're talking about Bill Cosby.
Yeah. You do, huh? I mean, there was a comedian, Patton Oswalt, he told me, I think the worst part of the Cosby thing was the hypocrisy. And I disagreed.
You disagree with that?
Yeah. I thought it was the raping. That's my feeling. Most rapists are hypocrites. You don't meet many go, I like raping, and I know it's not politically correct, but by God, people go, well, he's not being a hypocrite, and that's the worst part.
So, in my opinion, Commander Haircut, you are Patton Oswalt in this segment. Okay, you care more about spreading hideous disinformation and hatred of many demographics to young men and spreading that kind of behavior and philosophy to his viewers. Mine's the rape. It's the rape and the sexual assault. Now, I agree with you that spreading that kind of behavior and trying to lionize that kind of behavior is a problem, and spreading it to his audience is a problem. 100%. That's why we criticize him. But I think that rape is infinitely worse than, I don't know, ableist slurs. Okay? So I'm just going to go ahead and share this with you. Engage with Valor however you want. If you want to email Ken, you want to say Connor was rude to me again, Connor ignored my points, et cetera, you do you, okay? I'm telling you from my perspective, I care more about, I don't know, Hasan Piker lionizing terrorist organizations. I think that's worse than me using ableist terms. I hate that Nick Fuentes is normalizing race realism and Christian nationalism and authoritarianism within our country, and that he also sweeps for Andrew Tate, the credibly accused sex trafficker and rapist. I think that's infinitely more bad than using ableist slurs. Let's think of another example. When it comes to Sneeko can be quite insightful, but he also spreads vile anti-Semitism routinely. I think that him spreading vile anti-Semitism is infinitely worse than me using ableist slurs. And if you join the military, I would love to, we might have like a PC. I'm probably going to talk to Ken about this today, later on, but we might have a more politically correct messaging thing in order to cater to a more like democratic audience or whatever. But if I talk to Navy SEALs about ableist slurs, Like if I talk to guys whose job is to run around in bad guy territory and shoot people in the face, do you think they're going to care about the R slur? If I run around and I talk to fighter pilots, do you think they're going to care about the R slur? If I run around and talk to infantry about, slaughtering people, slaughtering bad guys inside their houses using a combined arms warfare, do you think they're going to care about ableist slurs? And all of this to say that you are missing the forest for the trees. So if you come in here in order to get triggered and complain to Ken, you can do whatever you want to do. I'm going to tell Ken to ignore you. Because the fact that you even picked up on that as something to worry about basically means that you're not my target demo. You're not the person I'm trying to reach. You're what the kids call a moral frog. You care more about policing the morality of people who are ostensibly aligned with you than you care about, one, the truth, or two, dealing with the actual nefarious characters of the world. You're so busy policing the behavior of people who you have 70% alignment with that you don't actually attack the people who are deserving of your time and attention. And I don't have time for it. I have time for it right now because I might as well address it. But I'm not going to, let's just put it this way, I'm not going to have time for it in the future. Chat's being hostile. Chase, every so often is saying that I'm not saying it at constantly across a 3-hour stream. Lol. Yeah, and he's telling and influencing young men that it's okay and making it more likely for people to do it. Okay. Yeah, so isn't that more important than ableist terms? Infinitely more. You're making this just about ableist slurs as opposed to the other stuff I said? Well, you're free to post about the other stuff. But you're a representative of media work purporting to spread masculinity. Commander Haircut. I'm going to give you, I'm going to address this as well. It's called a plurality of tactics. You should hear this commonly on the left, even though I'm not on the left. Leftists love talking about a plurality of tactics. If you want to go to Men Talking Mindfulness, they will talk for an hour about, being kind and nice and challenge yourself psychologically and pursuing adventure and being disciplined. If you go to the Geedunk show, they'll do news analysis about this, that, the other, and they will also have a relatively wholesome officer-based approach, although they will use copious amounts of profanity. If you want to go to something that's totally politically unrelated, then the politically unrelated stuff is going to be the sports shows, The Game Within, and also, what's the other one? Game Within, and God, why can't I remember it? Lowlights. If you want positive masculinity, 90% of the content posted to the channel is positive masculinity. Let me tell you what I do here, okay? I go after schizophrenics. There are schizophrenic alternative media commentators who are some of the most vile, reprobate dregs of society, who have tens of thousands of live viewers, hundreds of thousands of post-recorded views. And the reason why is because they're hyperbolic. And while they're being hyperbolic and repulsive and disgusting, they deserve criticism. But liberals don't want to get down into the mud and fight the schizophrenics. And conservatives are too busy sweeping for them. So that leaves it to me, the lone jerk with a few dozen live stream viewers, in order to wade into the waters, the murky waters filled with reptiles and poison and venom, and to fight schizophrenics on their own terms, in the hopes that the hundreds of thousands of young men who watch said schizophrenics watch my criticism, and they're more compelled by the criticism that I make than they are by the original schizophrenic alternative media personality. And what you've done is you've come into the space in order to police me, to make me more boring, to make my language more boring, and then you're effectively making it everybody's problem when you're not even focusing on what I would say is the mission, which is getting young people who are listening to schizophrenic alternative media creators to consider alternative perspectives that are a little bit more sane, if hyperbolically said. You're telling me what I am as opposed to addressing what I'm saying. Say it then. Say it. I don't go on social media. I have no idea what the left is saying. Okay? You don't need to police language to just not use it. That is policing language. You don't need to police language to not just use it and be an example of what you want to see in the world. Wrong. You're on the wrong channel. You're not on the wrong channel. You're in the wrong content. Okay? Christian Blair, they're not unarmed. Protesters were shot with 308 and 5.56. Give us a link. You need to say ableist slurs in order to be entertaining? I mean, I do. This is like Eminem in the thousands, where like Will Smith doesn't have to cuss in order to sell records. Well, I do, so F him and F you too. Literally, like you're talking to somebody. How old are you? Are you under the age of 25 and you're like a Zoomer PC person? Or are you over the age of 40 and therefore you're like a Gen X or a Boomer who's offended by naughty language? Send it to me on Discord, please. I don't know if unblock me on Discord and send it to me. I'm not going to dox you. The fact that you know what doxing is tells me that you should be younger than 50. I'll found it. Okay. Send that to me, please. Then let me let me go ahead and pull this up. You watched the earlier segment. No? No to what? You're not over the age of 50? Or you're saying you're not going to send it to me on Discord? What was it? I already went over rules of engagement, but we'll show it one more time while we're waiting for him to show up. Or to send me the link somehow. Playlist, watch later. DM, I'll post in chat. I don't know if chat.
Hello guys, this is Ahmed Ghunim. We're here in the Great March of...
So we'll go to this one.
Here's what happened.
And so I would like to know what evidence. So in this 3-minute video, I didn't block you. I left your Discord. Okay, cool. We will, Raymond. Give me 1 second. So right now we have the injured stats. And then right here, we have children. We have this child right here. We have smoke. We have tires burning. It's less than 300 yards away from the fence. And we have teenagers flinging rocks at 100 to 120 miles an hour at IDF soldiers. Based off of the rules of engagement, these are kids who could get shot. Okay? They could get shot. Technically, rocks could be considered deadly force. So they would be authorized to shoot these kids in the chest. So what evidence do you have that points to the fact that Israeli soldiers, rather than trying to shoot these people who are throwing rocks at them at 120 miles an hour, that they see a kid 500 yards away and they shoot the unarmed kid instead of the rock throwers? I would love to see that evidence. And you can try to post it in chat. Feel free. All right, we'll get on with the show. This has to be fake purity testing to waste time. One guy on you from a MAGA. He's got an Ouroboros profile. Maybe. Sometimes the Ouroboros is... He was quite passionately arguing the Palestinian side in direct messages. So, anyways. All right, we will get back into the content. We will stop getting one guide. But let's put it this way, Commander Haircut. I'm not very happy with you. And if you continue to be annoying, like you're not going to be in my chat. You can go watch the other content, but you won't be in my chat.
That's why I said Pixar didn't happen, bro. You need rape kits. Hasan needs rape kits.
Les Pontagenet York says, I thought it was my job to make things spicy in the chat. Well, not today. So anyways, let me show real quick before we get back into the content. Like I said, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I try to make entertaining content for you. Characterization of injuries caused by Israeli fire. You want me to Google that in order to find the article? Anyways, so I parasocially love you guys. You guys are giving me ad revenue just by watching this show, so it is appreciated. Please remember to like the stream so other people know that we're live, so they can come and join the chat as well. Please engage in the chat. That way it pumps us in the algorithm. Please leave comments on VODs. That way it pumps us in the algorithm. And if you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, I know Grassroots Hegemon, put this entire channel on his back and gave us like hundreds of dollars over the past few weeks. I know that not everybody is as well-to-do as Grassroots Hegemon. But if you do have $5, $10, $2, $10, burning a hole in your pocket, then a donation is appreciated, but never required. No, I posted the links already. Well, they're not popping up in chat because I'm pretty sure that StreamYard blocks links. So if you want to give me the keywords of the article, I'll pull it up. So, yeah, the links are auto-blocked so we can avoid spam. There's lots of porn bots who post it. Characterization of injuries. How would this tell you whether or not people were unarmed? If they got shot with 308 or 556, how would this tell you that they're unarmed? Suffered by Israeli fire. Yeah, so you're gonna have to tell me something else. You're gonna have to tell me who the source is and what the title of the article is, and you're also gonna have to explain to me how people getting shot with 308 and 556 changes anything I said. All right, moving on for now. I'm not gonna share your Discord info. Let me make sure my Discord is off screen. Okay. So my Discord should not be brought on the screen. And even if it is, I don't think anybody's going to find something personally identifying that they're going to be able to harass you with. Okay. All right. Christian Blair says, sorry, no money for a while. My brother is rooming with me and girlfriend because he got laid off. I expect for Trump's tariffs. Ugh. Sorry, buddy. No problems. No problems. Parasocial love.
Circumstantial evidence is not enough.
Pixar didn't happen, right?
Prosecute rape. Which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
And this is already done. Sorry to try to argue with rapes while we're getting one guide with Commander haircut. But the truth is that prosecute. We're fighting a war, bud. So what Hasan Piker wants is pictures or videos of the assailants who committed the rapes or the gang rapes so that Israeli prosecutors can individually identify the people who committed these crimes. Then they want eyewitness testimony and they want forensic evidence of the sexual assaults. And then they want the Hamas militants who allegedly committed sexual assault to be prosecuted in a jail or a prison. So that's not going to happen because it's a war. And anybody who thinks about this for more than 5 seconds should realize that.
It's not. Show me evidence for anything.
Yeah, I'm clumsy enough to do it. I wouldn't do it intentionally. And my Discord is off screen, so we should be fine. So my clumsiness should be taken care of.
You're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all women, hey? Hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli? Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that well, obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive, right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence.
I'm sending Dan the PBS article about how two debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay,
and also bear in mind, like, all the victims are dead, so they're not going to be able to identify their assailants. Like 900 people were slaughtered. That's not in contention.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account; it's two accounts. But the rest
there's
of
way more than two accounts. What am I? What? Hey, Hasan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen. Sure. I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual, like, to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7. And it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Because they're dead, you idiot.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait.
Pull up the link. Let's go.
Do you think that Harris is not a credible institution
no, it is, but
of
you
journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says because it sounds credible.
Guys? Who is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical like rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence. Haaretz boy.
I sent
swastika boy
narratives, and also. Here is the Israeli prosecutor Morangitz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're all dead.
The admission is in line with a complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence, which is particularly notable when these claims.
Yeah, they don't have any victims because they were shot.
I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why
they're
someone
all
sent
dead,
me this link
bro.
of this.
Do you think what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about. Do you think that they raped people and then didn't kill them?
You said that there are victims. Can you give me the names of the victims?
Yes.
I will. First of all, I am not in the business of denying rape. If there are,
I mean, you're actively doing it, but continue.
If there are victims that have come forward in this process,
I will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity. And it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard.
Commander Haircut, here's the link.
Its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these... Like
that doesn't have anything to do with anything. Okay. So, well, it has something to do with it, but it doesn't have anything to do with whether or not her reporting is credible. So if she was tweeting edgy pro-Zionist BS, effectively like calling for the genocide of Palestinians, and she was removed from the editorial board because they believe that she was too biased or too hyperbolic, that's perfectly acceptable. I understand that. But what is the actual evidence of what's in dispute?
There's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have
only if there's
credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're gonna? Is that where you're gonna present?
No, it's not.
It is. Sheryl Sandberg did produce Screams Without Violence, and also lefties go, "Oh, is that the one documentary that's been massively discredited?" They don't tell you how it's discredited, though.
Not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress,
which is Amit Susanna, by the way.
She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But like, yeah, I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
what the fuck does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect.
How?
But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence, the Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay? We're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis.
Yeah, they're talking about the same person. Amit Susanna is the person who was raped in captivity. Sacred Snow says, Valor Media Network, I agree with Spider-Man. A chat with Lonerbox. Yeah, I'll reach out.
Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor.
You know,
I have not seen you talk about that. I have not.
So because there was a woman who was raped by an Israeli, we should ignore even the UN's report saying that there's credible circumstantial evidence of like sexual torture, genital mutilation, all the stuff that they said. Good one, Hasan. I'm happy to see that you're serving hotness for people with an 80 IQ.
Not seen you talk about
the Israeli pro-rape
crime that
Israeli did unrelated to the conflict.
Israel
Do you
had
find it
a
interesting?
January
There's something
6th
that I
style. Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right-wing.
Do you think I'm defending this? Why you? I'm not defending this.
The prosecutor's office and forcibly with guns took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sede Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera.
Are you done grandstanding?
Footage,
here's a
including
victim.
one that they raped to
Are
death.
you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from. I think there was an even more recent
I wonder if he's going to recognize a Mitsusana
one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face.
I'm going to mute it and fast forward it only because it's effectively her retelling it. And we do know who this is. So hold on. Let's see.
Well, at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity.
Oh, if it's not, this is another thing that Bad Empanada did. If an assault happens not on October 7th, it doesn't count, right? If it happens on October 10th or October 24th, then it doesn't count.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah.
So Contra FDN says any 40K streams on the planner. I may be on the wrong content. No, there's no 40K streams. We're going to do weekly videos with 40K with streams in the future. So Valor, I talked with Ken this morning just to re-summarize the drama. Okay. The one guy drama. Commander Haircut and Commander Haircut disagreed with the way that I characterized some events related to the March of Return. Him and I got into DMs. I disagreed with some of his assessments based off of the evidence he was presenting. I presented contrary evidence and summaries of the perspective from my perspective. Then he left the conversation, effectively removing all the evidence that he allegedly sent me, or that he did send me. I shouldn't say allegedly. He did send me. And then he emailed Valor Media Network and he said me using ableist slurs like the R slur is not representative of positive masculinity. And also that I mischaracterized several things in the in my reporting of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Okay. Right now, he's back in chat, which is fine. I try to contend with arguments as they come across. So, so if he wants to represent to me information or evidence that contradicts my perspectives on the conflict, I'm perfectly fine with that. What I don't want to do, though, is I don't want to tiptoe on eggshells for someone who's looking for an excuse to complain, right? So if he or they, she, whatever, if they want to present me with evidence that shows me things that are contradictory to my narrative, then I'll be happy to take a look at it. And as a matter of fact, I think they just did. So we're going to, for the sake of completion, we're going to read what this person has sent me because they sent me. And then we're going to go back to rape. So let's do 2 articles and then a bunch of DMs. Let's read the articles. Not this one. Where is the StreamYard? Here we go. All right. 2018 to 2019. Sorry, guys. We got to do it. The 2018 to 2019 Gaza border protests, also known as the Great March of Return, were a series of demonstrations held each Friday in the Gaza Strip near the Gaza-Israeli border until 27 December, in which Israeli forces killed 223 Palestinians. The demonstrators demanded that Palestinian refugees must be allowed to return to lands they were displaced from what is now Israel. They protested against Israel's land, air, and sea blockade of the Gaza Strip and the United States' recognition of Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. The first demonstrations were organized by independent activists, but the initiative was soon endorsed by Hamas, the rulers of the Gaza Strip, as well as other major factions in Gaza. The activists who planned the Great March of Return intended it to last only 30 March 2018 to 15 May 15 May, but the demonstrations continued for almost 18 months until Hamas announced on 27 December 2019 that they would be postponed. 30,000 Palestinians participated in the first demonstration on 30th of March. Large protests took place. What am I supposed to be getting from this? At least 189. Most of the demonstrators demonstrated peacefully, far from the border fence. Peter Kamak, a fellow with the Middle Eastern program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, argued that the march indicated a new trend in Palestinian society and Hamas, with a shift away from violence, towards nonviolent forms of protest. Nevertheless, smaller groups attempted to breach the fence, rolling tires and throwing stones and Molotov cocktails. Israel officials said the demonstrators were used by Hamas as cover for launching attacks against Israel. At least 189 Palestinians were killed from 30th of March and 31 December 2018. An independent UN commission said at least 29 out of the 189 killed were militants. Israel soldiers fired tear gas and live ammunition. According to Robert Medini, head of the Middle East Center, blah, blah, blah. The majority were wounded severely, with some 1,400 struck by 3 to 5 bullets. The majority were wounded severely. Hold on. According to Robert Merduni, head of the Middle East, blah, 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 more than 13,000 Palestinians were wounded as of 19 June 2018. The majority were wounded severely, with 1,400 struck by 3 to 5 bullets. Let's open that link in a new tab. No Israelis were physically harmed from 30th May, blah, 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 until one Israeli soldier was reportedly slightly wounded on 14 May. The day the protest peaked the same day, 59 or 60 Palestinians were shot dead at 12 clash points along the border fence. Hamas claimed 50 of them as its own militants, and Islamic Jihad claimed 3 of the 62. So what? It's like 80 of the people killed are militants. Some 35,000 Palestinians protested that day, with thousands approaching the fence. Okay, that's kind of with the ROE that we were looking at in that other segment. That kind of lines up with what we're saying. Israel's use of deadly force was condemned. Okay, what do you want me to take from this? I'm not going to read the whole thing. Sorry. Let's go back to the report that they were shot multiple times, or a majority of them were shot multiple times. That seems like an interesting claim. $32. Israel use of live fire in Gaza, unprecedented crisis, Red Cross says. Israel's use of live ammunition against Palestinian protesters in the Gaza Strip has left health workers struggling to cope with unprecedented crisis. At least 132 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces. Israel has said most of those killed were members of terror groups, many of whom in the middle carrying out attacks or attempting to breach the damaged fence when they were shot. The Hamas and Islamic Jihad terror groups have acknowledged that dozens of the fatalities were members of their organizations. Robert Merdini, vast majority of the 13,000 had suffered severe wounds, including multiple gunshot wounds. That's not what this says. I'm sorry for getting angry, but you're saying that what would be potentially credit to your line of argumentation is if Israel was randomly shooting people with multiple bullets, but that's not even what the quote says. The quote from Robert Merdini says that the vast majority of the 13,000 people hospitalized had suffered severe wounds, including multiple gunshot wounds. That's a comma. For those of you who don't understand clausally, people had suffered severe wounds. Gunshot wounds are considered severe wounds, but several of them suffered multiple gunshot wounds. Well, if you have Islamic Jihad and Hamas militants who are trying to breach the fence, who are acknowledged by Hamas and Islamic Jihad, then that would be, of course, sane. If there was somebody with an AK or a Molotov cocktail or a sling and they were trying to break through the fence, then yeah, they were going to get shot multiple times. Okay, so what am I supposed to be getting from this? I'm going to exit that. 6 months on, Gaza's greatest conflict. What's the contradiction? Okay, this is shorter. Okay, here's the children. That's good. All right, so we're going to read the nature of injuries and the children and women section and the journalist section. I think that's important. Nature of injuries. The devastating toll on civilian lives in Gaza should not be measured solely by the amount of Palestinians killed, but also those who are injured. Doctors in Gaza have told Amnesty International that many of the seriously injured people have witnessed are to lower limbs, including the knees, which are typical of war wounds that they have not observed since the 2014 Gaza conflict. Many have suffered extreme bone and tissue damage, as well as large exit wounds measuring between 10 millimeters and 15 millimeters. 2.23. I mean, hollow point rounds will do that. And will likely face further complications, infections, and some form of physical disability, such as paralysis or amputation, according to the Palestinian. Hold on. What is exit wound of a? Or hold on. 22 caliber 2 millimeter is 5 millimeters. And they're saying that the exit wounds are 10 to 15. That's going to be expected. Okay. Exit wound of 5.56. Okay. I mean, this isn't even that big of a detail, but it's something worth knowing. Exit wound of 5.56 size. They're just saying that it can vary. Okay. Well, that's not helpful. Anyways, according to military experts as well as a forensic pathologist who reviewed photos of injuries obtained by Amnesty International, many of the wounds observed by doctors in the Gaza are consistent with high-velocity Israeli-manufactured Tavor rifles using 5.56 military ammunition. We expect that. That's a souped-up 223. Other wounds bear the hallmarks of the U.S.-manufactured M24 sniper rifles, including 7.62 hunting ammunition. Yep, that's 308. These are the two most common calibers in conflict, besides 7.62 by 39. The nature of these injuries show that Israeli soldiers are using high-velocity military weapons designed to cause maximum damage to harm Palestinian protesters who do not pose an imminent threat to them. This is debatable. These apparently deliberate attempts to kill and maim are deeply disturbing, not to mention completely illegal. No, they're not. Some of these cases appear to amount to willful killing, a grave breach of the Geneva Conventions. This isn't even characterizing the conflict. 3 medical workers have been shot and killed while working. Okay, at least 115 paramedics have been injured. Okay. What does this change? According to the local Palestinian human rights organization in Gaza, at least 31 children have been killed while protesting during the 6 months of demonstrations. Several videos posted on social media show unarmed protesters, young women and children being shot by the Israeli army. In some cases, people were shot while waving Palestinian flags or running for the face. All right, there we go. Widely circulated on social media showed Ahmed Masaba Tulyir, aged 16. We were talking about how they were teenagers, being shot on 7 September as he was waving his hands at a great distance from the Gaza-Israel fence east of Rafah. He was shot in the chest and died. On Friday, 14th September, 12-year-old Shadi Abdul Al was also killed by a gunshot wound to the head. On Friday, 28th September, Mahmoud, 14, notice how they're all older teenagers, was shot and killed by Israeli live ammunition, which struck him from behind in the abdomen east of Al-Baraj refugee camp while blah, blah, blah. On the same day, Nasser Asmes Mosby was shot in the head and killed by Israeli live ammunition in eastern Khan Yunis. He was immediately taken from the European Gaza hospital, where he was pronounced dead an hour later. Nasser had been attended by the Great March of Return demonstration since they started on 30th March. Both of his sisters, Amnesty International, spoke to Nasser's mother, who said, "I wish I could agree, but I'll forever know Nasser was killed unjustly. There needs to be accountability. If not, who will stop killing the children? How will this stop?" Okay. All right. So let's take a look at this. Video is graphic. I understand. Let's take a look at it. Ahmed Masu, whatever. Let's take a look. So notice how he just threw a rock. Now, arguably, is that deadly force? Meh. Well, there you go. Okay, so you show me 2 minutes of months. We don't have to agree on this, by the way. You can have your perspective. I don't care if you have a differing perspective. But what you actually just showed me is you showed me a teenager with the tires burning in front of them, which are meant to obscure, pick up a rock and throw it at Israeli forces, and then Israeli forces shoot him. Okay. What does this change? Commander Haircut, feel free to articulate what this is supposed to change. Is that disproportionate force? Disproportionate force isn't a calculation in warfare. Okay. Deadly force is the concern. And then also here's the other thing. We watched another video today. I've already watched it twice, so I'm not going to watch it a third time. They said rules of engagement for Israel was anyone within 100 yards of the fence, which those people probably were, are liable to get shot. And anybody within 300 yards with a weapon is liable to get shot. So that's arguable within 100 yards. And I mean, that is within 100 yards. And that's definitely, you know, a weapon within 300. Now, you can say that the weapon is a rock. So how big of a chance does it have of actually killing an Israeli? I'm sympathetic to that line of argumentation. This isn't the section I cited or that what I was talking about. Ved Sunil, Christian Blair, I'm legitimately confused. If Hamas co-opts the purpose of a peaceful process that just allows unarmed, nonviolent protests to be shot en masse, that's not even what you showed me. 330 feet or over one football field of armed protesters. No, I don't even think that's 330 feet. I think that's one football field. So 330 divided by 3, because it's in a yard, 100 yards. Yeah. What about it? 330 feet or over one football field for unarmed protesters. You're saying they're unarmed, but where is the evidence of them being unarmed? You just showed me a 16-year-old throwing a rock at IDF under 100 yards. I'm not, and by the way, Commander Haircut, you can be offended or upset. I don't care if you're offended or upset. I'm asking you for the evidence. That's what I'm asking you for. And then saying that other people are saying it is not evidence. Okay, you're citing the articles. I understand that. But within the articles themselves, the Amnesty International thing. Let's go to the Amnesty International article. Is this it? No, that's not it. Let's go to this one. The articles you're saying are stating things that are not true. This is a statement of opinion, not fact. And I think it's inaccurate. The nature of these soldiers are using high-velocity military weapons designed to cause maximum harm to Palestinians still who do not pose an imminent threat to them. Throwing a rock, as we discussed earlier, can be imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Whether or not it's statistically likely to cause imminent threat of death or great bodily harm isn't necessarily the calculation. It's whether or not getting hit with a rock in the head is likely to cause death or great bodily harm. And Israel can do a counter argument saying that they've had one of their troops killed and they've had 7 injured as a result of rocks, right? These apparently deliberate attempts to kill and maim are deeply disturbing, not to mention completely illegal. So here's the question of legality, all right? I know we lost some people because we got one guide. We'll move on momentarily. But when it comes to international standards for use of deadly force, it almost all boils down to imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. If you can articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, you can use that as a pretext in order to engage in deadly force. And then killing or maiming, you can do that as a part of warfare, particularly when there's imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. And not only that, the rules of engagement for Israel that they cited in their own documents, I guess, from that journalist, was that if you come within 100 yards of the border fence, we are presuming that you are attempting to breach the fence, so we will shoot you. That is their stated ROE. So I don't think that you've submitted any evidence to me that like changes my analysis. The only fact that you have changed for me is the fact that the vast majority of protesters were not necessarily shot with .22 caliber. Now they were shot with .223, which by the way is souped up .22. So it's a distinction with a difference, but it doesn't change 90% of what I've said. And then .308, well, we don't know who was shot with .308. Was it a kid who was just standing there 440 yards away doing nothing with his hands in his pockets? Or was it somebody that was running rocks up to the slingers? Or was it somebody that threw a rock at an IDF soldier? Or was it somebody that was throwing a Molotov cocktail? Or it was some of the 80 militants out of the 214 killed. There are 80 militants who are claimed by Islamic Jihad and Hamas. So were they the ones that were shot with 5.56, or were they the ones that were shot with 308? We would need those level of details for me to change my opinion about anything. And then even then, I don't even know if I would change my opinion. The context of the protest. The context of the protests are the Palestinians want to return into Israel. And Israel said no. What does that change about what we're talking about? So, bro, like you got upset. You didn't like that I didn't agree with you. I still don't agree with you. I still don't think your evidence is sufficient to change my perspective. Looking at a summary of the email that I got from Ken, your criticisms were the IDF only shot to kill armed protesters. You haven't shown, like, you showed me a video of a guy picking up a rock, throwing it at an IDF, and then them shooting him. I'll acknowledge that there's entirely the possibility of unarmed people getting shot. And as a matter of fact, hold on. As a matter of fact, I can amend my statements in perspective. Through the research that you prompted, we found out that the IDF rules of engagement was they will shoot people within 100 yards of the fence because they are saying that that is an attempt to breach the fence, and they will shoot anybody armed up to 300 yards. That's the rules of engagement. So you added a level of detail to your first point. Good job. The IDF used 22 and aims for kneecaps, mostly false. I don't think I ever asserted that the IDF exclusively used 22, so I feel like that's a mischaracterization of my arguments. But anyways, you say the IDF used 5.56 rounds and 308. Okay. I don't think that I ever said they only used 22 caliber. I think I said that an IDF soldier used 22 caliber for that purpose. So that's a level of detail, but I don't think that you've proven me wrong. You've added detail to the conversation. All protesters were tearing down the border wall. I don't think I ever said all. So again, I feel like you're mischaracterizing my arguments. The overwhelming majority of the protesters were 1,200 to 2,300 feet away. That's even true with your statistics. So again, I don't feel like it's that big, like you're adding detail, but you're not contradicting what I've said. The IDF were not shooting in the chest. False. There are reports and record of unarmed protesters being shot and killed through rounds into the chest. So you showed me the kid who was armed and then unarmed and then got shot through the back. I am citing what you said in the VOD. Give me a timestamp. Okay? Give me a timestamp. And if I say that all the protesters were breaking through the fence at the time they were shot, I will apologize and amend my statements. How about that? Is that fair enough? I'll stop using the R slur on my streams, which, by the way, I think is totally soy, but that's okay. I'll stop using R slur because it's more professional. And then if I said all protesters were breaking through the fence at the time that they were shot, if I said that, I will apologize to you. Okay? For now, I'm going to move on with the content. Don't let this rhetoric terrorist. No, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. The truth matters more. People go from valid media to your stream. Once you're a representative. Okay, Commander Haircut, the moral frogging stuff is not going to work for me. Okay? So if you want to stay in my chat, I can still block you or mute you. You could email Ken every single day for the next 6 months and he could block you or mute you, right? It has nothing to do with that, okay? I'm trying to be good faith and I'm trying to extend charity to your perspective. I'm trying to understand your arguments. And so that's what we're doing. So if you want to find me a timestamp where I said all of the protesters were shot while trying to breach the fence, I will happily review that timestamp on stream. I will watch myself say something inaccurate, and I will apologize to you. Okay? And by the way, just sharing this between you and me, in my personal life, I don't care about the R slur at all. And I would say 99% of people don't care about the R slur at all. This is a lefty progressive talking point that is probably 5 years old. So you are in the minority and you're holding everyone else rhetorically hostage. Okay? So anyways, let's continue. That's enough one guy.
Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean?
I know
kind
exactly
of?
what he was
Ethan,
planning to
Ethan,
do.
You literally
And yet I couldn't do
featured-
anything to prevent
Wait, pause it for a second.
No.
I was
Listen to what she has to.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until they start discussing it. They like argue about whether or not they're going to talk about it.
Exaggerated, that everybody's lying, that
in the
Israelis
video
are just
that you
inherently
played.
evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's
Ethan,
ever happened.
you
Listen to her.
acknowledged-
cry
Ethan,
or to be sad.
Okay, let's get to the end. There we go. Thank you, Spider-Man. You said it, not me.
What you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands
survivor of Hamas on
militant.
October
I
7th.
literally said in the video,
A man who was stripped naked and raped by Hamas on October 7th.
Yeah, why? Okay, right here. Why does Hasan feel compelled in order to argue evidence that is contradictory to his perspective? So let's go ahead and watch this unfold. So, all right, hold on. Let's summarize because we were just getting one guide, so we probably got knocked off of the content momentum. We're still watching Ethan Klein and Hasan Piker argue. The accusation against Hasan Piker is that he denies rapes and that he apologizes for terrorism. We've seen him do it dozens of times. Ethan Klein is holding his feet to the fire and bringing evidence showing that there's documented evidence of rape, including victim testimony that Hasan Piker has previously denied. So let's continue with all of that in mind.
No one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands-
survivor.
Nobody got sexually assaulted. What?
We were held in such
Show respect,
monster, brother. That is fucking
no person
gross.
should ever be
It's gross that we're showing evidence that's contradictory to your narrative. I hate this guy so much.
subjected
Dan,
to
pull the
such brutal
fucking
and
plug on
ruthless
this. Holy
treatment.
shit.
Yeah, you don't want to. This is how I know that Hasan Piker is pusillanimous. Thank you, Commander Haircut. I'll look at that momentarily. Okay. So this is how I know that Hasan Piker is pusillanimous, because he will laugh, smirk, all that stuff about the assaults. But the second that Ethan Klein actually shows him evidence of the assaults occurring, oh, this is gross. Why are you showing this on stream? Why are you just trying to own me in a debate? And it's like, everybody can see what you're doing, right? Thank you, Azurai. I do appreciate it. Unfortunately, I think that Commander Haircut, while I massively disagree with their motivations and I massively disagree with their perspectives on the R slur, I think that we should keep an attempted PG-13 rating for the show. Oh, it's on Counterpoints, isn't it? And so as a result, I will defer to either minimizing or substantively reducing my use of the R slur. And then right here, guys, if you ever miss a VOD, Ethan Klein, Content Cop, reviewed by a cop, if you ever miss a VOD and you want to watch it, I'm working with an editor in order to go through the VODs and start posting them edited to the Counterpoints channel. So be sure to watch the channel. And if you miss a VOD or you want to catch it in full, watch it. Is Hasan a jihadi apologist? Wasn't this on Counterpoints? Did it get struck? Where did I do this? Why is it not here? This was 7 days ago. It's Wednesday. Wasn't this yesterday? What's going on? Who's watching this? No, it's on Valor? Okay. I use the R slur on Valor? That's pretty brazen of me. I could have sworn to God I did a stream on Counterpoints on Tuesday, and that's where I was using the R slur. Maybe I clicked the wrong button. I don't know. Valor Media Network. Okay, well, then you're probably right. I should be less casual about the R slur. Ethan Klein versus Sam. Is it the Ethan Klein versus Sam Cedar? Or is it? It's got to be that, right? It's got to be this one.
I'm a never.
Right. 42 knees. Yeah. I remember that. Let's look at 233.30 to 234.37. This is the most recent stream, so I'm assuming that this is going to be it. 233.30. All right, that's 233.21. Let's take a look at it. In particular, Israel Great March of Return, that I want to add context to, is that 42 knees in one day. Okay? So this is supposed to be an indictment of Israel and how like bloodthirsty, monstrous their snipers are or whatever. However, this is a tactic that we've talked about in this channel, where if somebody goes up to the border fence and they start trying to rip apart their border fence, then they use a 22 long rifle to shoot them in the calf or shoot them in the knee. That way, that person has to be removed from the field of play. We've talked about this in the past. So when he says, over 200 Palestinians were killed and nearly 8,000 were injured during almost 2 years of weekly protests at the Israel-Gaza border. So right here, the 200 Palestinians, I'm assuming that if I read the after action reports, they would say, oh, they had Molotov cocktails, oh, they had guns, oh, they had this, they were throwing rocks at people's heads, et cetera, et cetera. And then when it came to the 8,000 that were injured, I guarantee you it was people trying to take down the border wall or the border fence. However you feel about that. But I just want to clarify that it's not 8,000 people getting shot with 30-06 to the chest and then killing 8,000 people because they're involved in peaceful protests. Sorry, this is accurate. Sorry, I have to take the notes. It's 200 people who probably had weapons getting shot and killed. And then it's 8,000 people who were maimed with 22 long rifle so they would stop trying to tear down the border wall.
Time and time again. And over the course of the 20 years that I've been professionally, covering this, my attitude towards Israel's willingness.
So hold on. Was that it? You said to 234.37. Okay. Yeah. Hey. All right. No, this is fine. This is fine. If you're going to say that that was an inaccurate characterization of the event, I'll tell you what I think is accurate and I'll tell you what I think is inaccurate. Okay. So what I think is that characterizing Israel as monstrous and bloody, they could have killed all 30,000 people if they wanted to. Okay. They wounded 8,000 people. And they killed 200 Palestinians. I still stand by the fact that I almost guarantee you can see in the video footage that we watched that there was an Israeli armed with a sniper rifle, and right next to him was a video camera. So Israel, IDF forces, I guarantee you, they have after action reports, which is common with infantry. And so I guarantee you that for the 200 plus people that they killed, including that kid who threw the rock, they have an after action report that says that they were throwing Molotovs, they were shooting guns, they were throwing rocks, they were using slings to throw rocks. Even if they're lying, that's what their that's what their after action reports say. That's 100% accurate. Now, with the 8,000 people, rip apart the border fence and use a 22 calf or knee. This is I'm wrong on. I am incorrect, and I'm happy to eat crow. Commander Haircut was right to correct me because we found out something that was interesting, which was that Israel's rules of engagement said that anybody within 100 yards of the fence can be shot because the presumption is that they're trying to tear down the fence. They might not be actively trying to tear down the fence. They might be walking up to the fence within 100 yards, but they can be shot. And then out to 300 yards, if they have weapons, they can be shot. Okay. And the thing that I said was that they were using 22 caliber. You're being rude. So the 22 caliber, I said they were using 22 caliber, but the evidence that we've seen so far is that 5.56 was also used, and also was used in context where they were shooting to wound and shooting to maim. So they were trying to shoot people in the hands, the feet, the arms, the legs, etc., in order to wound them with 5.56 as well. So my assertion that it was 22 caliber was coming from a Israeli Defense Forces soldier who told me about this tactic. So I was inaccurate, and I'll eat crow on that. Now, the reason why I bring up 30-06 to the chest, 8,000 people weren't shot with 30-06 to the chest, is because I want to show you the difference. Okay? I'm going to show you guys the difference. This is a 22 long rifle versus 223. 223. I'm going to show you a picture. So this is 22 long. This is what I said they were injuring people with, and this is what the IDF soldier said that they were injuring them with. Now, the width of the round is actually very similar to this, but you can see this is quite a bit more powder, so it's going to do a substantive amount more damage. All right, so Commander Haircut was correct to correct me on the fact that they weren't using this caliber, they were using this caliber. Okay, now 223 versus 308 versus 30-06. Somebody already did it. Okay. So this is the round that was being used to shoot people in the hands, arms, legs, whatever, in order to wound them. Both of these rounds were used in order to kill people. And then this is a 30-06. Okay. Now, Commander Haircut, you have to bear in mind that you are not the only chatter or the only person that I speak with or have conversations with. And so what I was trying to say in that 1 minute clip is that Israel didn't take effectively a cartridge that's meant to take down a grizzly bear, and they weren't randomly shooting 8,000 Palestinians in the chest. If they did, there would be 8,000 deaths. If they shot them all in the chest with 308, there would be 8,000 deaths. Okay? What Israel did do, which I think you and I can descriptively agree on, is they used 5.56 and 22 caliber to wound people in their hands, arms, and legs. And then they used both of these rounds to kill people. We can break bread on that. So I was descriptively inaccurate. I took an anecdote from an IDF soldier. I applied it to a historical event, and I was inaccurate. And for that, I apologize. So Commander Haircut, if in the future you have issues with me describing reality inaccurately, I have no problems doing so in Discord DMs. I have no problems doing so on stream. I'm just going to be real. I do not like the fact that you went to, Valor and was like, hey, I think the R slur is ableist. I think that's lame. But the truth is, here's another concession. I should be more professional. Okay? You're right. I think that the R slur is routinely used in armed forces. I think that everybody at Valor probably uses the R slur in private, unless they are sensitive to that kind of issue. They're all military veterans, so they probably do not care about ableist slurs. However, for the sake of professionalism, I will concede that I shouldn't use the R slur on stream, and I'll concede that I was descriptively inaccurate while describing calibers and also tactics. There was a tactic that we found out as a result of this conflict with Commander Haircut. Now, Commander Haircut, I want to move back into the content, and I want to start watching the actual content without getting one guide. Do you have any issues or saved rounds with me amending my perspective? Well, Commander Haircut, here's the other thing. I was really frustrated with you because you seem to be really blasé and blowing me off in DMs. You have to understand, that I'm not just talking to you. I'm also talking to a few dozen people in live chat. I'm also dealing with my Warhammer channel. I'm also responding to emails. I'm also shooting text messages. I'm also editing content. So taking time out of the day in order to do one-on-one DMs, I'm not going to have 100% of the time to dedicate slowly to reading your specific description of reality and also checking out every single article and reading 10-page articles. I don't have that kind of time. I have a wife. I have kids, I have families, I have multiple channels, I have content that needs to go out the door. I'm editing, I'm texting people, I'm calling people. So I guess one more apology. If I seemed blasé, I might have been blasé, but I have reasons for why I was blasé. Okay. Suit and tie. Yeah, don't harass me to the point that I need to be in a suit and tie, okay? It's about the factual errors. Okay. Well, okay. Do you have any other facts that you want do you have any other facts that you want chat to know about before we move on? We got updated on Israel's rules of engagement. We got updated on the calibers that we're using. We got updated on the injuries that they're inflicting. We are going to reduce we're going to reduce our use of the R slur, hopefully to non-existent or minimum. Is there anything else that you want to address? Commander Haircut. Because I do want to get back into the assaults. Yeah, I saw that. I understand. Okay. Anyways, I'm going to move on. If you have another factual issue that you want to bring up, bring it up in chat.
Now,
You really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when there's really.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never
Watching. So this is Hasan Piker being a moron. You don't care about it. He's literally bringing it up in order to show evidence to Hasan's audience that they're lying about the evidence on the ground.
said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands
survivor of Hamas on
militant.
October
I
7th.
literally said in the video,
A man who was stripped naked and raped by Hamas on October 7th has revealed for the first time how he was spat on and humiliated as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite, the Nakba unit, massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my
They
words.
touch my
very
private
carefully,
parts, they
because
rape
you're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing a victim
you are so
as a
pathetic.
fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged.
Silence.
And you know
In
I
new
acknowledged
footage,
it because you posted it in your video that
Here it
you
is.
just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please go right ahead.
You're doing it matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who
Dozens
were in
of
hiding
testimonies.
and heard.
Oh,
yeah.
Ethan,
Are you denying that?
You said in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here.
More
In the
stories
beginning,
coming
you
out.
said
There's
on
a
October
UN
7th,
report.
there were numerous victims of sexual violence that you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence on October 7th. Because
wait, hold on,
I
hold on,
never
hold on.
said that
You're
there
saying
was no
only-
sexual
wait, what?
assault that took place.
Wait,
I,
you're
as a
saying they
matter of
have to
fact,
have been on
looked at that report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, firsthand testimony on sexual assault.
I
that
wish
took
you
place
had the
in
energy
captivity.
you
That
have
was not on October
for
7th.
the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same
Because I
energy.
can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are
I'm
you
showing.
So Hasan Piker says that he denies assaults while watching someone who was assaulted on the 24th, I think was the estimate for the date that she was assaulted, but it doesn't count because it wasn't on the 7th. And then on the 7th, we just found a man who, because he didn't want to, I don't know, publicize his trauma, which, let's face it, he's not the only victim who didn't want to publicize their trauma. He did so anonymously through a firsthand account to a news station. Okay. Commander Haircut says, big in gaming, the March of Return was 4 years before 2019, so October 7th was not a factor at that time. Writing it up in relation to what happens when they breach the fence is not cogent. Commander Haircut, I don't want to argue with you too much, but this isn't the first time that there has been massacres backwards and forwards between Israel and Palestine. So I feel like they knew what would happen if there was a break through the fence. So pretending that this happened in isolation is inaccurate.
You people and names. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What's with my people and names? I don't understand.
The victim.
If there are
just
victims,
because you need your
you
heroes. You know what?
women.
This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah, let's just.
What do you mean? You can't just let's just move on from this. This is a major point of contention. You have falsely smeared me as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence
you deny mass rapes happened, and you're doing it right now.
The instance of sexual
I
violence
showed
in
two.
captivity
I just showed you two
that we know of up until this
just
point.
Showed you two.
You and I both agree on.
I showed you
know
two.
that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know
no, you
that I've
deny mass
acknowledged
rapes
it,
happened,
and yet
not that rapes happened.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happen, not that rapes happen. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
Well, there
it
you go.
Because there is no evidence. And
I just
for
showed
the
you
record,
two.
The clips that you used, ironically
Actually, I
enough,
showed
the
you
reason why I
three.
say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most victims were killed. Hasan. Report follows earlier testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people.
Yeah, so the question is, why does Hasan feel compelled to interrupt this if it's not evidence that's actually going to show, that's going to be contradictory to his perspective? So we have, let's go ahead and write it down. We have Amit Susat. I don't know how to spell her name, but we have her. We have the other girl that's in the documentary, which we could verify whether or not she was personally a victim on October 7th or a different date. We have the male anonymous. Then we have 4 more anonymous witnesses or victims. We'll find out momentarily.
People have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on firsthand accounts of victims. Yawn all you want. Firsthand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Dipshit.
Okay, Ethan,
they fucking kill them. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister with their account.
Sorry, no way to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about being gross. Listen to these victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence
Bro,
to actually
you know
conclude,
the fucking answer to that.
Actually conclude
because
that person was sexually assaulted.
You know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's
Eden, you
what
just
happened.
said dozens of victims came out in that
I'm
article,
reading
and I
you.
don't know
What are
where
you
that article
doing,
is
bro?
from.
I'm showing you the evidence that you're wrong
in
right
that article.
now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 1,200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided firsthand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no
so then
reason
what
to
the
believe
fuck
that
is
they
your
are.
point?
But from everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article
This is so exhausting,
that was posted by
bro.
Lisa
Here comes the Haaretz article.
Rozovsky.
I just read you firsthand testimony of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
you're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing
the
victims.
You said, where's their bodies? Pics or it didn't happen.
You have mentioned, since
you're saying pics or it didn't happen.
Okay,
right?
Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
They killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? Why are you
saying you
okay?
killed them?
I said they.
Oh, that clip was used on Twitter. They killed all the Hamas operatives in Israel, and they try to use that as a clip in order to say that Ethan Klein was personally accusing of Hasan Piker of participating on October 7th, and he was saying that they were killing Hamas. That clip now on Twitter takes on a whole new meaning, which is wildly disingenuous and them lying. And then here's the other thing, too. What he's saying is they're in war. This isn't a law enforcement issue. It could be a law enforcement issue if you sought prosecution. But what Israel said is, we don't care who did what. We're coming in and we're going to kill every member of Hamas. We're not conducting investigations. So, yeah. Bump, 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 bump. Hey, Gen X, how are you? We're just getting into the content. It's been a wonky day. I'm not going to lie.
Hey, why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay. I understand.
It might be. I might be my mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There's a misunderstanding.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
Gaslighting, you just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And if you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not. We're not done with this at all.
Go ahead.
Because
I just read 4
because the question I have for you, the question I have for you is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke. That's my bad. By the way, I may have actually said you.
It's fine.
I apologize.
You misspoke.
I didn't
I
mean
don't
that.
care.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
I just want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars.
No, I don't even think he did. I'm not going to rewind it, but what I heard is like, they're dead, dummy. Because, well, actually, I guess might as well.
You're wrong
in that article.
Now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided first-hand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no reason to believe that they are. But from everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article
this is so
that was posted by Lisa
here comes the Haaretz article. I just read you first-hand testimony of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
you're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing the victims.
You said, where's their bodies? Pics or it didn't happen.
You have mentioned.
True.
Since
you're saying pics or it didn't happen.
Okay.
Right?
Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
They killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
See, he didn't even misspeak the way that they were supposed to misspeak or whatever. Said you killed all the Hamas operatives that were in Israel. So he wasn't even talking about the victims. So no, I'm with Ethan Klein on this. Ethan did nothing wrong.
Killed them?
Fast forwarding.
Totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
Gaslighting, you just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And if you probably, the question I have for you is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke. That's my bad. By the way, I may have actually said you.
It's fine.
I apologize.
You misspoke. I don't care.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
I just want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars. Pixar didn't
There
happen.
have been no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay.
Against who? You moron. Okay. So I want you. This is Hasan. He might actually be so dumb that this isn't him trying to be bad faith. So let's use the powers of empathy that iDubbbz, received at the age of 30. Okay. You're partying at a music festival. Already cringe. Hamas militants show up. They start murdering everybody, and then they sexually assault you. And there are men pointing guns in your face. Let's assume that it's me. Okay, I'm going to use me as the example, so hopefully it's more comedic than it is horrifying. I get sodomized by people pointing guns at me, and I'm afraid to look them in the face in order to, because I don't want to get shot, right? This is the hypothetical. Then, somehow, through the grace of God, I survive either that incident, they leave me beaten, bloody, sodomized on the side of the road, or they kidnap me, and then after 60 days or 90 days of captivity, I'm rescued. Okay? How am I supposed to identify the perpetrator? I don't know their name. They could have been wearing, garb to cover up their face. There could have been multiple of them pointing guns at me at the same time. How do I identify my assailant? And then even if there was physical evidence that could have been preserved, which there wasn't, But let's say that there was physical evidence that could have been preserved. They left me at the music festival, and then they left me at the music festival, and I was recovered by first responders. So what you're asking Israel to do is, in the wake of the worst terrorist attack since 9/11, you're asking them to take men and women who have been sodomized and then and assaulted in various other ways, and you're asking them to be taken to a hospital to do a forensics examination for them to get physical evidence of the sexual assaults that occurred, rather than taking victims of sex crimes, beatings, and murder. The murder ones are murdered, to be clear, but sex crimes and beatings, taking them to a safe place to clean up their bodies and for them to, go into shock and then not come out of a hole for a month. So what Hasan is saying is, it didn't happen because they didn't take sodomized survivors and recover perfect physical evidence. When you know what Israel probably said? Israel said, this is a war now, and we don't care whether or not you committed rape or not. If you are a member of Hamas, apologize for them or enabled for them, we're going to kill you all. That's what Israel said, which, by the way, after you see your countrymen raped and murdered to the tunes of thousands of people, while not justifiable towards genocide, is a fairly human response. So Hasan is applying standards that don't exist, or standards that are unreasonable to project onto the situation in order to, deny that these things happened.
And this is from Ynet, speaking to Moran Gatz, who I posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay. She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with the October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. That she excludes here another explanation, says Drop Site News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights.
What?
They're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it.
That sounds true to me.
That she excludes here another explanation, says Drop Site News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when
lots of people getting employment? Celeste Plantagenet says, I'm at my job interview. You should not be listening to this at your job interview, but thank you for listening to this at your job interview. Pray for me so then I can pass on my checks to counterpoints. Celeste Plantagenet, I am praying for you right now. Everyone say, in nome di Patria, de Fide, de Spiritu Sancte. Please, Celeste Plantagenet York, may she please get a gainfully employed, massively lucrative job so she can shower us with super chats and community riches. Not just the riches of the material world, but also the pleasure of her company and commentary. Amen.
There are no victims that have come forward.
4 victims just gave first-hand testimony. I read it to you.
Died, but there's no forensic examination.
Pixar didn't
there has
happen.
been no justice for these victims in Israel on October 7 due to the fact that the government completely ruined. Okay, the government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way.
But now we have half a dozen victims who are saying that they're not seeking a criminal conviction, but they were assaulted on the day of. And then you have to imagine that if there's 7 complainants, that there's probably triple that number for people who don't want to come forward because they don't want to deal with the shame or the trauma of the event. So then we're up to 21 victims, and then add in all the victims that were murdered, and you're probably facing like 100 100 on the low end. Bear in mind that there's 1,000 victims of civilian slaughter. So the fact that we might even have between 30 and 50 victims is already sufficient to say that it wasn't a fluke It was a part of the operation.
Way
For
to
firsthand,
actually,
are you
there's no
actually
way
like
to actually bring justice to these victims? Your assessment on this.
I don't know if hundreds would be a conservative number, only because there are, what was it? It was like 200, 300 people taken hostage, and it was like 900 civilians murdered on the day of. So I would say around 100 would be my expectation.
This is so off.
Now, yeah, 100 seems like a lot. Bear in mind that there's an appeal to like logistics practicality that Hamas apologists do. I don't accept it, but they effectively say like, well, you're in a running gunfight with Israel, so are you going to stop in order to commit heinous crimes? The truth is, dozens of them did stop to commit heinous crimes, but I have to assume the primary punch, the primary concern was getting into a gunfight with Israel. That was the primary concern. So if I had to guess, bear in mind, this is a total lay guess, but if we have 7 victims who are coming forward, I'm going to assume that there's double or triple the amount who didn't come forward. And then of course we have all the ones that are murdered. So I would basically double or triple for the people who didn't come forward. That would put us around 30. And then let's just presume on the low end that there was a few dozen people who were murdered as well. That puts the victims of sexual assault at like 60. So that's still horrifying, right? You don't have to exaggerate the number. This is like a layman's guesstimate on the low end. But if we have 60 people who were assaulted as a result of the Hamas conflict, that's enough for me to say that if Hamas themselves don't take the perpetrators and then like prosecute them and string them up, then effectively Hamas is a morally bankrupt institution that should be annihilated from the face of the planet. Eben makes an interesting point. They had effective control in these territories for the better part of 24 to 36 hours. Listen, that's obviously something that we need to add into our calculus.
Off base.
Hasan, are you listening?
You think
for first-hand victims.
Either way, guess what the solution is? The solution is Hamas, unless they're willing to identify, prosecute, and punish with capital offense charges their own members who committed those crimes, then Hamas is a morally bankrupt institution that must be ripped out root and branch. And I do not feel bad for Israel having that position.
I just read it to you.
Okay, but
you know what? You're right. You know what, Hasan? You're right. Let's err on the side of these victims lying.
Then why are
Let's err on the side. No,
not?
you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And yeah, they're all lying.
I'm not saying that they're lying. I'm telling
yes, you are.
My confusion on this comes from the fact that
it's not confusing. It's obvious. Most of this shit happened, were killed, and it's a religious part of this first responding unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable.
What?
Yes. If you don't know that, then you are like.
Well, that's horrifically poorly timed and crass, but I will accept the donation. Grassroots Tetchabon says, money for Connery's recovery fund. Make sure to mail the kit to Hasan. I'll do that, buddy. Thank you kindly for the donation.
Woefully misinformed, which just
dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They bury the body.
No, not Pixar. It didn't happen. You don't think that the victims deserve justice? What's wrong with you?
Why would they be pursuing justice when they're going to war with the organization?
These victims deserve justice. Why did Israel refuse an outside investigative committee?
How do you explain these 4 accusers?
Under normal circumstances,
how do you explain these 4 accusers?
Or a third party,
how do you explain these 4
and conduct an investigation.
How do you explain the 4 accusers?
I don't know.
Okay, very good.
How do you explain
well,
the
let's err on the side of them lying.
4 accusers? My information is more relevant because it's new. It's newer. Okay.
This is actually an interesting. This is an interesting point made by the Silver Jacket Man. By Hasan's standards, no assaults happened in Germany after World War II, which I guarantee you is probably one of his favorite talking points. Has to be about the Allies. Let's say substantively the Soviets, but also the Americans engaged in non-consensual acts in Germany after the end of the war. And based off of Hasan's current standards, which bear in mind, he's using, 80 years of technology. He's effectively saying that there's no evidence of that, right? We can't use the firsthand testimony of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of German women who were assaulted after the war, we can't use that because it's insufficient grounds in order to establish that anything actually happened. I know that there's 80 years. I know there's 80 years. I know it's a straw man. It's still pointing to the fact that Hasan is being overly charitable to a terrorist organization for a reason that I cannot understand.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't.
I guess we're at an impasse here. I mean, listen, Hasan, we're at an impasse. Can we move on?
Something that I don't know about when the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the 4 accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm speaking
you're a liar.
about
You're a propagandist and you fucking hate Israelis. Can we move on, please?
What?
There's obviously an impasse.
No.
Oh my God! I'm just trying to consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you, dude. This is exhausting.
You have claimed falsely that I do not recognize the testimony of a sexual assault that took place in captivity.
Yes,
that was false.
Yep,
Do you
it was
admit
false.
that?
Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%. Can we move on?
Wait, so you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable claim of rape from a firsthand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay. Yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead. You can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
So you can't see it?
Casey from Long Island says, spoke to a prominent young Jewish Dem last night. He knows about Hasan, but I told him Hasan going mask, so getting him blacklisted is starting. Well, here's the thing, Casey. The Democrats, ultimately, I'm a never Trump Republican. So you can take what I say with a grain of salt, okay? I'm going to be more conservative. I'm going to be more neoconservative. I'm going to be more militaristic. I'm going to have a chud take every now and then. That's probably why Commander Haircut and I didn't get along in reference to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, right? So it's up to the Democratic Party how they want to go, all right? My argument would be that Hasan Piker has openly sympathized in this debate with the Houthi terrorists, with the Hamas organization, has spread skepticism about the sexual assaults on October 7th because he thinks that you have to do forensic, evaluations or else there isn't sufficient evidence to care about it, right? And so I would see this as vile. I would see it as evil. I would see it as contradictory to American values. And so if a person like Hasan was running for office, I will not be able to vote for them. So the more popular that he gets in the Democratic Party, the less likely I will be able to vote for people who are aligned with his perspectives and his interests. Now, ultimately, the Democratic Party has to make its own choice. They have to decide if they want to cater to people who are more centrist, more liberal, or if they want to cater to people who are in Hasan's audience. And they're going to have to make that choice, not me. Thank you for the donation, by the way. I do want to thank Grassroots Hegemon, and I do want to thank Casey from Long Island for their donations. Thank you kindly. Just a quick shill. Remember to like the stream, even if you can't hang out the entire day. Just liking the stream lets other people know that we're live, and then it lets them come hang out with us. If you do want to do a donation, a super chat is always appreciated, never required. If you do want to become a YouTube member, I think we're turning on memberships. I'm not sure if we've succeeded in that, but I think we are applying for memberships to be turned on. And then I'm trying to think of what else. I think that's the main things. Let's continue with the content.
Oh,
okay,
yes.
okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, very good. I guess what's is just a little delay for him, Dan? Or?
No, I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What?
If you guys are still arguing about details in reference to the March of Return and you want the links from Commander Haircut, I can link the 2 news articles that he provided to me. Casey says, I know, but the good news is we're fighting against the insane pro-Hasan idiots in media who are trying to astroturf him and his insanity onto my party. Well, listen, I'll help in the fight. Thank you kindly. I will help in the fight in every ways possible. The first thing I will do is I will minimize the amount of times that I say the R slur.
What's the picture?
This is Zone of Interest. You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
This is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden.
And your implication is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your implication
in the backdrop, you can see there is a concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your implication
there's
to
a train
me
that
is what?
Most likely inferred to be sending.
This
Jews
is the
into
clip you're
concentration
responding
camp.
to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Can you
explain
play the clip? Play the clip.
It's 2 minutes, and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I mean, I want to watch it too. It's just.
I know you do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out? You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't talked to him about it.
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking, but I mean, I assume. I mean, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So
yeah, I mean,
it's not that bad.
If anything, I think it just means that more people are interested in me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to.
Do you want to look at the like ratio?
Someone put you down a peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the Do you want to watch the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos.
My favorite.
To be false.
Okay. Well, here.
The dislike.
Let's watch
not
it.
Correct.
Let's just watch it.
Why am I arguing on behalf of Ian's the video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting. But I'll play the clip.
So we need to defend the honor of Nicholas Diorio, even if he does not like us, which is fine. I'm too much of a Destiny simp for him to like us, which is totally okay. And I'm not saying he doesn't like me. We're mutuals, but I don't think he aggressively responds to my DMs. I did send him a DM. I did not get a response. So Nicholas Diorio is one of the larger commentary YouTubers. He's doing quite well. And he does something called Ultimately R-Word Review, in which they review the various sexual improprieties of creators. Hasan and other people have characterized him as degrading the victims within those things. But oftentimes the dramas that they're breaking down have nothing to do with actually serious criminal stuff. It's the improprieties of like Minecraft YouTubers or Destiny or whatever. And so the hyperbole in the drama sphere is actually pretty natural, where they know they need to be hyperbolic in order to get the attention of people. And so as a result, they fully embraced it. They do not have the limits where somebody says, oh, you can't use the R slur. Hell, in commentary, they use the N word. You know what I'm saying? So they do whatever they want to do over there. So no, Nicholas Diorio does not mock the victims of assault. He reviews the sexual improprieties of famous people, and he makes fun of dumb people, regardless of whether or not they're the alleged perpetrators or the alleged victims, if they're doing something stupid or if they're presenting evidence that's unsubstantiated. So leave Nicholas alone.
Not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast. What I want to do is show you.
Are you denying? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not even able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm just saying.
I am not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the fucking
video.
clip.
Guys, how I see Israel. Because you in the video. When you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking...
Yes, you ruined a charity event. I hope you're proud.
Oh my God, bro. You have no idea what you're talking about.
She's now talking
I'm talking about Israel proper.
What I want to do is show...
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase.
Show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talk.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza when I say how great multicultural it is? Did you think that?
How Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th? Not even.
Shield your eyes.
We never co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh. No, okay. Well, anyway, the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
You know it's so funny. You know what's funny? It's all on the audio. Go listen to it, dipshit. It's on the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a fuck.
Both AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking.
All right, breaking down this point in case you're lost. Lots of people are still fighting about rules of engagement during the rights of return in chat. But the point that was being made by Hasan Piker is that he believes that there's an ongoing genocide in Gaza. Ethan Klein was talking about his life in Israel and how, diverse and tolerant and peaceful it was. And he was talking about within the borders of Israel. Ethan Klein took offense to that implication because he's trying to differentiate Gaza and the West Bank away from Israel, where he is actually quite critical of the policies of Israel. And within Israel proper, quote unquote, 24% of the population is Arab Muslim. And according to Israelis, don't know whether or not this is true, but they have relatively peaceful relationships with their 24% Arab Muslim population within the state of Israel. They wake up, they go to work, they work together, they do what they need to do. They buy things from each other, they sell things to each other. They have a relatively normal coexisting neighborly relationship. And so to categorize it as ethno-religious hatred or supremacy doesn't feel accurate to the experience of people who quote unquote live in Israel proper. That's not to say that there aren't genocidal Zionist psychopaths who exist within Israel who do look down on their neighbors, but that's the point that Ethan was trying to make. What Hasan was trying to make, the point, whether you agree with him or not, is that life can be iconic and even lovely in certain places when horrors are happening only a few miles away. And he used a movie about like a concentration camp guard who had an idyllic life while they were perpetuating the Holocaust. So is it hyperbolic? Maybe a little bit, probably not to Hasan's perspective. I think it's a little hyperbolic, but those are the points that they are actually, making.
It's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you implying
All
here?
right.
What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay, so let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're
By
trying to
your own
say.
admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I don't think
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza. Like the West Bank has checkpoints. It has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's
Not at all.
that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where
Jonathan
Israel?
Glazer,
You
who
mean in
made
Tel Aviv?
this-
So you're saying
Jonathan
that
Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on, your
He
criticism.
said as much.
You're
in
saying
his Oscar
all I
award,
said was my
winning
lived
speech.
experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
So the place where it's inaccurate is that if 24% of Israel is Arab Muslim and they live in relative peace and neighborly love with the rest of Israel, don't know whether or not that's true. Just saying that sometimes narrativize Israel to be like that. Then that would be the equivalent of immediately outside of Auschwitz, there were Jews, German Jews, who were allowed to just walk around, do their thing, hang out, trade business, do whatever they wanted to do, et cetera, et cetera. And so the reason why I think this is repulsive to Jews and to Israelis is the fact that it wasn't like that, right? Obviously, all the Jews were rounded up. They were all ghettoized. They were all slaughtered. There wasn't some differentiation between the peaceful coexisting Jew and the parasite that needed to be wiped off of the face of the planet according to Nazi Germany, right? So that's where I could see Ethan taking offense to this characterization, even if there is some like historic parallel to life being idyllic in one location while only a few miles away being actual hell on earth.
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay?
Yeah.
And also
I
is
make
an
a distinction.
apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't.
I lived there
Israel
for 5
proper
years in Tel
from
Aviv.
the crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6 miles from what?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
It's a lot
exactly
further
where
than
you
6
live in Tel
miles.
Aviv.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's
No, so you're
close enough that you can see it. If you go to Sderot, you can watch it.
The
They call
point
it
you're
the night
making is
cinema.
that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes.
So,
A death camp.
and so I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life as people are
No,
not.
you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a
Why
Nazi
did you choose the
officer,
one with the
is
guy
that-
standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles
definitely agree.
of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean, yeah,
it
in
would be
Tel Aviv-
exactly like someone
Yeah, I mean,
saying, "Oh, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz.
It's
and I'm
not
gonna
the same
show
at
you
all, dude.
How
It's
wonderful
so
Auschwitz looks like because it's German territory."
Okay, I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see.
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about
lived
the
there for 5
actual
years.
totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper specific narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on?
I mean,
by your own
you did a
admission
show with me and you
show
consider me
how
your friend, and you knew that I was
multifaceted
apparently a
and beautiful
Nazi officer
Israel
that whole
proper
time.
is? What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kasef. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot, Israeli members, Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel. Some of the reason
Hasan's getting fired up. Good for him, I guess. Nice of him to show up to his own debate. The reason why I'm not doing a lot of commentary right now is just because it doesn't seem like they're really making a substantive point. I can see this both ways. I can see Hasan saying that when you go to Israel and you talk about how diverse it is, when you talk about how beautiful it is, when you talk about how kind everyone is, when you talk about how everybody gets along, you're effectively sweeping or sanitizing Israel's reputation when what they're doing in Gaza right now is horrific. That can be a standalone point. You can agree with it. You can disagree with it. Doesn't really matter to me. But Ethan's point is that it actually is that way in Israel. There are chill Palestinians that are chill with Israelis. There are Israelis that are chill with Palestinians, especially in the cosmopolitan areas. Everybody does seem to get along. And then not just that, it's not therefore not analogous to Nazi Germany and the Holocaust. We've talked about this in a previous episode, but just going off of scale, the estimated dead in Gaza, the Gazan conflicts, is 65,000 approximately confirmed. And then they're estimating that 180,000 people will die as a result of like indirect causes by the time the conflict is over, or, you know, that was the estimate, I guess, which can add up to a substantive amount of people. I think when we did the math, it might've been around like, it's like 2,200,000, right, is the approximate population of Gaza. So that is around 10% of the population. By comparison, 33% of the Jewish population worldwide was wiped out in the Holocaust. When it comes to like European Jewry, I'm sure the percentage is substantively increased to like, 70%, 80%, right? And the rest of them fled. So that's the argumentation, but I can see both points, which is why I don't feel like objecting to either viciously or calling either one of them dumb, is because I see the logic.
And why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact, as long as they are anti-Zionist, because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong.
Okay, very good.
I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply...
He's saying this while sweeping for terrorist organizations and minimizing sexual assault on October 7th / the ensuing conflict.
Used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific mass bombing and starvation.
Hassan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
I'm explaining to you my position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had.
Commander Haircut, I don't know if you saw it, but you guys are still arguing in chat, which is blowing my mind. However, we did watch the video that was linked in the, I don't know if it was the Amnesty International video, but effectively what happened was there was a 14-year-old, a teenager, waving his arms at the snipers. Then he picked up a rock and then he threw it at the snipers. And then he stood up and he started waving his arms again. And then he caught a round to the chest. So you can make the argument that the rock that the young man threw was ineffective and therefore not deserving of a bullet. I'm actually probably pretty sympathetic to that line of argumentation. However, Israel had the rules of engagement that anybody within 100 yards of the fence could be engaged. And by picking up a rock, he's considered armed. You can make the argument that the rock is ineffective. You can make an argument that it's not likely to cause imminent threat or death, great bodily harm. You can make the argument that he's just a kid. He doesn't know what he's doing. I get it. I understand every single line of argumentation. What I'm telling you is what's going to happen is the Israeli sniper is going to have the video recorder on the side. They're going to say, we don't know the age of this kid. He's within 100 yards of the fence. Therefore, it's implied that he's trying to break through the fence. We're authorized to shoot people within 100 yards. And this person picked up a weapon and then tried to use it against us. Therefore, we're going to take him out. That's what they're going to write in their after action report. So regardless of how you feel about that morally, legally, whatever, that is going to be within the rules of engagement of Israel. And they're going to do that one. I'm not referencing that article. I'm referencing a different one. Okay. I just wanted to share that we actually we watched that on stream, right? Was that boy beyond the standard engagement that IDF said they would shoot? Nope. A video that we saw that was done by a reporter earlier in the day said that the ROE, the rules of engagement for Israel during the March of Return, was that if you were within 100 yards of the fence, you could be shot. And if you had a weapon within 300 yards, you could be shot. And based off of what they were doing, I think they're counting slings and rocks and guns and Molotovs as weapons. And so, there's evidence of dozens of teenagers who got shot who were participating, within that ROE. So when Commander Haircut, I don't want to pick on him. You guys are kind of picking on him. But when Commander Haircut says oh, well, these people were unarmed and they were sniped at 2,000 yards. Okay, I would need to see a video of that because you're making that assertion, but just as easily, somebody could get shot within 300 yards of the border fence and then they could be dragged to the 2,000-foot location and then they could be like, oh yeah, he was just shot here. He wasn't doing anything. I need evidence, right? Bibliolife says, maybe give him a bone and say there was probably some bad calls. There was 100% bad calls. Listen, anybody who served in the military knows there's bad calls. Anybody who knows who served in the military, the way that it was described to me, I have infantry friends. Infantry friends, they said that the infantry was made up of 33% the best human beings they'd ever met in their life, 33% average Joes who could go one way or the other, and 33% the biggest dirt bags that you've ever met in your entire life. So I guarantee you that if that ratio applies to work, if it applies to the infantry, if it applies to, I don't know, the world, then I have to presume that there's probably some sociopathic Israeli soldiers who use the ROE as a pretext to kill civilians because they wanted to. I guarantee you that happened. The question is how statistically relevant it is and how relevant it is to the conflict. Because were those sociopaths able to sate their bloodlust off of the Palestinians because the Palestinians were doing crazy stuff? Or did they break the rules in order to do that? But in order to understand that, we need more evidence. Sacred Snow says, Valor Media, I'm doing everything I can not to pick on him. I can't vouch for anyone else and being as good faith as possible. Hey, listen, no offense, Commander Haircut, but I appreciate my chat bullying you a little bit. It's not anything personal. It's just, going after my use of the R slur, emailing Valor Media, and then fight, and all because no offense, maybe I'm a little salty about it, but DMing me in Discords, and I was being flippant in Discord, so that's the path that you chose. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a fan of that. So if my chat's being rude or mean to you, it is what it is. But, I'm not going to ban you. We learned 2 or 3 interesting things as a result of you challenging my perspective. So, good on you for standing your ground, for challenging my perspective, and for revealing things to us that allowed us to have a deeper understanding of the conflict, rules of engagement, equipment used, and what Israel is doing. So, yeah. All right. Let's continue.
Ed had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Yeah, and then Christian Blair says, which I think is relevant, which you would have to prove in a court of law or international tribunal. That, by the way, is a criticism of Israel, which have in the past not charged members of the IDF who have engaged in war crimes. Yeah, I'm sure there's evidence of it. There was a gentleman, I forget what it was, but it was like an Israeli soldier, and one of his friends had been stabbed the week before, and I don't know if his friend had died or if he'd just been stabbed, and there was a fight with a local Palestinian, and it was not deadly force, or maybe it was, I forget, but he shot the Palestinian, and then the Palestinian was wounded, and then he executed the Palestinian. And I think that person might have been incarcerated and charged, but I think the charges were dismissed. And so under rules of engagement, he committed murder. But because the Israeli population was so sympathetic to him, because they've also served in the military and his friend had been stabbed stabbed the week before, they effectively gave him a pass for murdering a wounded Palestinian. I forgot the exact details of the story, but I do remember that story maybe about a decade ago. Y'all, SFF, we should do a watch party of Walking Dead and drink Blackberry Dr. Pepper. It's not on the ban list. Why? I'm pretty sure Dr. Pepper is. So I'm pretty sure Blackberry Dr. Pepper is going to be on the ban list by proxy, but that's pretty funny. You should tell Hasan that Blackberry Dr. Pepper specifically is not on the ban list. I do love me some root beer. I'm actually really jealous of Ethan Klein right now drinking this root beer. All right. Anyways, we're going to get back into the content. I just want to take a pause. Y'all are still like, it's funny. So engaging with the content. This was obviously the hot drama, but because we're on a lag and because I have to do other content, because I have to do back end stuff, I haven't been able to engage with this as aggressively as I want to. Then we got distracted with the Commander Haircut one guy thing. But the point is that we did this and I'm having fun still. But the truth is that they're not getting to the meat and potatoes. So they dealt with something super serious, which is the sexual assault stuff. I don't think people really want to engage with that because it's so gross. It makes you feel repulsive. And then now we're dealing with whether or not Ethan Klein is a camp guard, which again, it's they're both making points, but we see the points even if they disagree. So it's okay, let's move to the next thing. Let's get into something actually contentious so we can, get into some red meat. And I'm waiting for them to get into the red meat. So my apologies if I'm not being as aggressive or full of commentary as I was on the first day.
Okay. That's fair. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place.
My problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that I privately,
on a lot of things.
This is something that I privately talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying.
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made
what he says that's Zionist is that he doesn't think that you should massacre Israeli teenagers, and Israel technically has a right to exist as a country that perpetuates, and calling for the erasure of Israel as a state, and also by sanitizing or glorifying the sexual assault of civilians or the murder of civilians, you're doing the work of terrorist pieces of garbage who deserve to get wiped out. That's why Ethan Klein is a Zionist, quote unquote.
What have I ever said that shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world undoubtedly how Zionist I am. That I am worthy of the scorn of you and the entire left.
How wrong that was, what you just said.
Okay,
so
does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes.
Razzle Cherry, our resident Groiper, welcome aboard. Good to see you again. And yes, it was an Ethan Klein blowout, in my opinion. Now, of course, I'm sympathetic to Ethan Klein over Hasan Piker. I dislike Hasan Piker intensely. However, I'm in your camp.
It doesn't.
So what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip?
As well.
What did I say, Hasan? What did I say that's Zionist?
As last month.
You can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire... Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
You have something?
I have many things.
List
as recently as last month. As recently as last month.
List one example of me saying...
Ethan should let him talk.
I'm giving you another example. Just calm down and listen. As recently as
you're not answering my question. You're just doing this kish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals.
This is one of my frustrations with the pro-Palestinian crew. If you describe reality, that's not like Islamophobic or pro-Zionist if you're describing truth. So as an example, there was video footage of Hamas taking hostages through a hospital in order to move them into the underground network underneath the hospital. And so staff were aware of the kidnapped hostages being present, and they didn't do anything in order to help out the hostages. Now, the truth is they would probably get killed if they did. So, you can't hold that against them too much. But at the same time, if Ethan Klein is describing facts on the ground for why Hamas is evil, then Hasan is just proving the point that he sweeps for a terrorist organization. He's saying, you're saying this true thing that is inconvenient to the Palestinian cause, therefore you're pro-Israel. Old School says, when Ethan was on Leftovers, he let Hasan in his chat walk all over him. It was disgusting, and I didn't respect Ethan at all. Now I have a lot of respect for Ethan standing up for yourself, dude. Yeah, me too. Me too. And he's quite entertaining. Razzle Cherry says, I disagree. Letting him talk too much only leaves him room to squirm out of a question. Well, let's actually watch that happen, right? Sacred Snow says, Valor Media Network, please confirm in Afghanistan the terrorists would have children hide grenades, if I remember. Super easy to conceal. Well, I mean, Sacred Snow, this is kind of, I wasn't in Afghanistan, so I can't speak to the specific actions of the Taliban. But there were 100%. This is the one that I always bring up when it's like, how evil are jihadist terrorists, right? Suicide, bombing, disabled people, Iraq, pet bazaar. This happened while I was in country. I'm like 80% sure. So handicap bomber killed dozens in Iraq. So this was Al-Qaeda in Iraq. You can read this article if you want, but AQI kidnapped 2 people with Down syndrome, put suicide vests on them, walked them into a market, and killed 73 people in a pet bazaar. Like, I feel bad for the people, obviously, but I also feel bad for, like, the parakeets that were for sale and they got suicide bombed. That is crazy pants. But this is the kind of stuff that it's like, it's so evil, it's almost beyond parody. It's so evil that it's like it's hard to believe how evil it was. And this is, so this is the one that does it. And then in Afghanistan, specifically when it comes to abusing children, the one that a lot of people bring up is Bachabazi, which is called boy play, which is this weird habit in Afghanistan where, since premarital sex with women is prohibited, they engage in male on male pedophilia. And so this was actually in, Taliban and Afghan terrorist organizations, but it was also part of the Afghan national government. There were police forces that engage in this behavior as well. And American military forces were ordered to ignore the abuse of adolescent boys because they were our allies. So I don't know specifically about like children hiding grenades, but yeah, of course, like children are used in war, disabled people are used in war. The rules of engagement don't apply to jihadist organizations. They do whatever they want to do. Sacred Snow says, Valor Media Network, the point it's trying to make is that age doesn't inhibit you from being violent. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, teenagers engage in warfare all the time. As a matter of fact, Commander Haircut, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to, engage, give your bullies ammunition. I'm going to. But it's not specifically because I'm trying to, bully you. It's because it's something that we watched on this we watched recently. Memory, Al-Qassam brigades training children. This is something that we watched a couple of weeks ago. Hamas training kids.
Around 25,000 teenagers from the Gaza Strip on Wednesday finished a 10-day training course in paramilitary activities organized and supervised by Islamic Hamas movement's armed wing. The graduation ceremony was held at Gaza City's Al Katiba Square, a large public garden that used to be the first military installation for the Palestine Liberation Army in the 1960s. The youth, aged between 15 and 21 years old, were trained by militants of the Hamas armed wing Al-Qassam brigades on how to get involved in gun battles and how to defend themselves. Hamas said the programs aim at preparing the young generation for the battle with Israel to liberate the occupied Palestine. Earlier, Hamas movement had denied reports that it's planning to build.
This is their 15 to 21-year-old program, but we saw one where they were training kids as young as like 8. Hamas training kids memory. It was on Memory TV. Yeah, here we go. It's like a youth camp. Well, although this is like a skit, I guess, of like 8-year-olds pretending to stab Israeli soldiers. This might have been the other one we watched.
They call them the Pioneers of Liberation and the Sword of Jerusalem summer camps, run by Hamas and Islamic Jihad. These videos posted by Memory.
Look, right here. This kid's probably like 12. This kid's probably 10. This kid's probably 8. This kid's probably 10. So like you can say like, oh, they're kids. Yeah, they're kids. They're getting trained to participate in paramilitary organizations.
Those posted by Memory, the Middle East Media Research Institute, show what the youth of Gaza are doing this summer.
We did not come here to enjoy ourselves or to play or anything like that. We came with our souls, our blood, our martyrs, and are wounded to sacrifice ourselves for Palestine and for our people.
This promotional video urges students from primary school, high school, and college to participate. In the camp, target practice involves AK-47s, anti-tank weapons, and video simulations.
So that in the next phase, Allah willing, these boys will be able to confront the plundering enemy and disfigure its face in the next war.
In May, Hamas and Islamic Jihad called the 11-day war with Israel the Sword of Jerusalem. Their goal, preparing the next generation for the next war.
We say to the enemy, these children picked up these weapons, and we train them how to use them, as well as how to take security measures, so that they will follow in the footsteps.
Look, dude, these are 8-year-olds. Okay, so yeah, you can say children. I agree. They're children. They're being trained.
So their fathers and take up arms, Allah willing.
That's
I chose to spend my vacation in the Pioneers of Liberation summer camp in order to continue the path of my father, the martyred commander Walid Shamala Abu Bilal, and in order to strengthen our determination and to liberate Jerusalem, Allah willing.
These young men and boys learn anti-Semitism at an early age.
We asked Hitler why he left some of you alive. He did so in order to show us how wicked you are. We will come to you from under the ground and hammer fear into your hearts, and above the ground we will tear your bodies apart with our rockets. Scram into the shelters, you mice, you sons of Jewish women.
Memory has been monitoring these summer camps for 10 years.
The videos and images from those camps illustrate and reflect the way Hamas is operating and deepening its control. In 10, 15 years from now, the kids will be adults or parents and maybe even an officials in Gaza and decision makers. So the extremism in Gaza will be even worse.
Hamas took over the Gaza Strip 13 years ago in a bloody battle with the Palestinian Authority.
So since birth, this generation has been raised only on the values of these terrorist movements. This is, of course, only deepening the crisis there, thwarting any chance for dignified, peaceful life for the kids and for all the residents of Gaza.
She feels the international community needs to speak up about these.
All right, we get the point, right? But anyways, just pointing this out, okay? This kid looks like he's 8 to me. This kid looks like 8 or 9. This kid looks like 13 to 15, probably 13 to 15, maybe some 16-year-olds mixed in here.
Camps.
But the point is, you can say kids. I get it. They are kids. I'm not denying they're kids, but pretending that teenagers aren't involved in violence is cope. It's just cope. The point I'm trying to make is that age doesn't inhibit you. Yeah, I hope that 5-minute segment helped solidify your argumentation. The vid that made me stop watching war vids was when I was in Afghan. We had a drone watching an area where we saw an IED planted. It was in an odd place, not really where we go. I don't know if you continued that comment. So anyways, Connor, are you aware of Farfour, the children's show character that looks like Mickey Mouse that taught children to hate Jews? Nope. I'm not, but I'm not surprised. How do we know that these translations are accurate? Well, you'd have to go to Memory TV, but what you would basically need is a counter Memory TV, because Memory TV, I'm sure, is sponsored by the state of Israel. So they're obviously going to have like a Israeli bias, but you would have to get somebody else in order to translate the original feeds, which, no offense, that's not something that I'm going to spend my time on. If I see Hamas, so Bud123, I'm going to try to answer this question for you. So I don't know whether or not that kid was talking about Hitler. I have no idea. Okay. But at the same time, we just watched, in 2023, dozens, hundreds, maybe thousands of Hamas fighters infiltrate southern Israel and kill 1,400 people, and based off of available evidence, sexually assault at least a few dozen, if not 100 people, and then murder them. I think that kind of hatred can only be born out of this style of propaganda. So if you want to like needle it in order to find the details, you can. But for me, it lines up with reality enough that I don't know. I'm not going to spend any time researching it because it lines up with reality. So yeah, this is my comment got deleted. Who is modding in the background? I don't know. Probably not anybody. I think it's YouTube auto mod. There's a hideous photo of like a 6-year-old child soldier in Africa with a 1,000-yard stare. Yeah. Of course. All right. I'm sorry for the child soldier. I just wanted to like, pep up chat. I wanted to look at something wholesome and happy. So that's why we went. They paid a kid to test it. Wow. That is repulsive beyond measure. So Silver, if I'm hearing you correct, one of the things that turned you off of war footage was while you were in Afghanistan, there was people who wanted to set up a roadside bomb. They set it up, and then they paid a kid money to test the IED so his family would have money, but he would pass into the hereafter. Did I hear that correctly? This is why, by the way, Commander Haircut, I understand that you're coming from like a more progressive or liberal perspective, which is totally fine. Valor is going to be more progressive or liberal than me. But this is why there's not very much sympathy between war on terror veterans and jihadist apologists. The reason why I get so angry and upset with people like Hasan, Piker, Denims, and Frogan is because you will never hear them talk about that. You'll never hear them talk about when I was in Iraq, them kidnapping disabled people and using them as suicide bombers. You'll never hear them talking about using kids, like Silver just said, in order to test IEDs. You'll never hear that 80% of the victims in jihadist civil wars are a result of jihadist militias slaughtering each other. It's not American conventional warfare. They narrativize America as the great Satan, the great evil that just goes into the Middle East and North Africa and just slaughters everyone. And then CIA and, the CIA in the United States of America, they back jihadist organizations. So realistically, even if jihadist organizations are slaughtering each other, it's still America's fault. They will never allow any agency for these organizations. And that's what Hasan is engaged with later in this debate. We might not get it today just because we got one guide a little bit. But the truth is that Hasan does that. He does that all the time. He says the reason why Hamas did what it did is because of its material circumstances. It has nothing to do with like a moral evaluation of their behavior. And so as a result, there's like no cultural pressure that Hasan, as a Muslim pro-Palestinian, he will not put, or cultural Muslim, I should say, but as a Turkish pro-Palestinian, he will never spend an iota of energy criticizing Hamas and their behavior because it's counterproductive to his political narrative. And I find that repulsive. I really do. Americans and Israelis will criticize the Israeli and American government because we live in a free society and we're free to do so. And on top of that, sometimes we hold our murderers and rapists accountable. You will not find that level of accountability in Hasan, in his chat, in Frogan, in Denims, or in the left in general, which is repulsive. I should say leftists in general. Christian Valera says, you notice that jihadist orgs in Arab countries say nothing about Russian military tactics, which I would argue are on par with jihadist tactics. Yeah. Yeah, they can't criticize each other. Yeah. Never seen Hasan on my own. Yeah. Well, we haven't gotten to it yet. I was hoping to make it further into the stream, but to be honest, we got a little bit distracted with the one guy March of Return details. But the truth is, we're probably tomorrow. I know this is like a big deal and it's not as hot as it was a few days ago, but I'm probably just going to watch through the Houthi segment. That's probably what I'm going to watch through, because I think we're actually about to get into terrorism apologia, which is like the main thing that I care about. This is the main thing that I care about, is him sweeping for the Houthis and him sweeping for Hezbollah and Hamas.
Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay, bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand you now recognize that Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
I think it's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Look at the Gaza Strip.
How is me criticizing Hamas pro-Zionist? Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
It'd be a lot fucking safer than
not a standing structure
the seventh floor of an apartment building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy
every
hospital
with Hamas spending the totality.
That a bomb shelter would just simply be fucking crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I said.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel.
Because they don't make bomb shelters?
Because your expectation,
because they don't make bomb shelters
from the Palestinians.
This is where Hasan is showing his butt, and I'm so happy about it. So in argumentation, I can be for something or against something, right? So if I'm let's just face it, I'm for the American hegemonic empire. I'm unapologetic about that fact, right? So I will make arguments saying that these are all the good things that America has done on the world stage despite our sins. That's a line of argumentation that I will make. However, I can also just criticize the enemies of the United States, and you can infer that I'm pro-America based off of that. As a matter of fact, plenty of propagandists do this. Tucker Carlson never says that he is pro-Russia, right? He never says, oh, I love Russia, I love Putin, I love, the Russian military-industrial complex. I love their invasion of, Ukraine. I think it's so based. I can't wait for base daddy Putin to take over Europe. He's never going to say any of that crap, right? But what he will do is he will uniquely criticize Ukraine, right? That's all he's going to criticize. He will have nothing to say about Russia's malfeasance, while he will have everything to say about every iota of what Ukraine does. And so therefore you can infer it. So what Hasan is doing, it's improper argumentation because Ethan has taken wildly pro-Palestinian stances, but he's insufficiently pro-Palestinian, which is why he can be thrown under the bus. It's why he can be vilified. It's why he can be treated like crap. It's why he can be harassed. It's why he can be doxxed. Is because he is insufficiently pro-Palestinian because he bothers to criticize the behaviors of Hamas. Amazing. I love that the game is now so on display. It's so open.
Is to just simply sit there and take it so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you...
Ooh, I have like a compulsion to sing like "We Are Family," like "We are family. I got my sisters with me." Because in case you're not looking at your screen, Celeste Plantagenet York said, "I got offered the job!" 5 exclamation points. Happy face, happy face, happy face, happy face. Connor, be on the lookout for a Starbucks gift card. Thank you, everyone, for your good energy. You're my online family. Well, thank you, Celeste Plantagenet York. If I ever say anything offensive, I hope you guys appreciate the level of good faith that I have offered in this chat. Most people would have just like, Commander Haircut and I got into a beef. and he told my boss that I use ableist slurs. Normally, if that was my home channel, I would have just been like, okay, screw you. You know, we don't see eye to eye, ban, right? However, Ken appealed to my good nature and said that we shouldn't be using ableist slurs anyways. He's right. And Commander Haircut is right. And so as a result, we've had a passionate debate with Commander Haircut in chat. Celeste Plantagenet York walked into my chat being crazy anti-theist and very edgy anti-theist. But instead of getting pissed off, we made it a few jokes. And now we're happy as a community for her success. When she succeeds, we succeed. When Jonah Boy succeeds, we succeed. When Silver succeeds, we all succeed. And so as a result, I'm happy to have you beautiful souls hang out with me during your workday in order to watch random pieces of content. And yeah, that's awesome. Seriously, congratulations. I was memeing for the past 30 seconds, but I'm serious. Congratulations.
Claim the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, it infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
No, the reason
time
why people
and time
believe
again.
that is because of your hyper focus
Name
on
one.
you, and your
That makes me a
distractions
Zionist?
away,
That
and
makes
your
me a Zionist?
deliberate deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It
Yeah.
is ridiculous.
Being pro-Palestine doesn't
simply
absolve
say
you of guilt.
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get
So
mad
I'm
at the
public
Houthis.
enemy
You
number
call them
one
terrorists. You call
defending
Hezbollah a
myself.
terror group, which is by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have
Hold on. Do you not
successfully
consider Hezbollah a
resisted
terror group?
against American imperialism and other
do you
forms
not
of settler
consider
colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their habeas corpus.
He uses the American State Department like a slur. I swear to God. So let's go ahead and look it up. Hezbollah, okay? What military operations has Hezbollah done? What operations has Hezbollah done? Let's just look at it objectively. I'm going to go ahead and say, excuse me, that Hezbollah. So the way that I define terrorism before we get into it is when you intentionally attack civilians in order to press like a political message. Like, let's go ahead and look at the terrorism definition. Let's just be accurate. Terrorism is broadly defined as the use of violence or threat of violence to create fear and intimidate a civilian population or government, often achieve political or ideological goals. The lefty argument is that governments do this all the time because they threaten fear through the use of force, and they intimidate civilians through their use of force. Therefore, it's like implied violence. But I think that the obvious differentiation is, are you intentionally targeting civilians as a part of your message? That's like the moral difference that I would make between like legitimate governments that are not criminally evil and illegitimate governments that are authoritarian dictatorship pieces of shit. And then also terrorist organizations when they directly attack civilians because they think it's cool, right? So let's take a look at their history and see what terrorist activities they may or may not have done. In 1943, after 23 years as a French mandate, Lebanon gained independence. Its new leaders signed the National Pact, which creates a government system dividing power among the major religious groups, which is interesting because it's a plural society, right? The Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO, relocates its headquarters from Jordan to Lebanon. Okay. In April, 75 to 90, Lebanon's civil war rages as the country's religious, political, and ethnic sects vie for control, leading to invasions by Israel and Syria and the involvement of the United States and other Western forces, as well as the UN. Okay. In 83, in April, Beirut's U.S. embassy is bombed, killing 63 people. In October, suicide attacks on barracks housing U.S. and French troops kill 305. A U.S. court decides Hezbollah is behind the attacks. So we have 363 or 68 diplomatic and military personnel who are killed in suicide attacks by Hezbollah. In 84, a car bombing attributed to Hezbollah kills dozens of people in the U.S. embassy annex in Beirut, so they're attacking civilians again. Hezbollah releases its first manifesto in 85. In 92, in March, the Israeli embassy in Buenos Aires is bombed in an attack attributed to Hezbollah. Later this year, Hasan Nasrallah becomes Hezbollah's Secretary General after Israeli forces assassinate his predecessor. Hezbollah wins 8 seats in parliament after participating in national elections. The United States designates Hezbollah a foreign terrorist organization in 1997. In 89, Lebanon's parliament meets in Taif, Saudi Arabia, and signs an agreement to end the civil war. In 94, car bombings at Israel's London embassy and Buenos Aires Jewish Community Center are attributed to Hezbollah. 2006, Hezbollah abducts 2 Israeli soldiers, sparking a month-long war with Israel that leaves more than 1,000 Lebanese and 50 Israelis dead. In 2005, Lebanese Prime Minister Rafik Hariri is assassinated. His death, attributed to Syria, kickstarts a Cedar revolution. A UN tribunal later implicates Hezbollah in Hariri's death. Okay. 2009, Hezbollah releases an updated manifesto that expresses more openness to the democratic process. Good for them. In the 2011 Syrian civil war, Hezbollah eventually sends thousands of fighters to support Bashar al-Assad, who is a murderous piece of shit. Sorry for saying that so aggressively, but it's true. A suicide bombing targeting a bus carrying Israeli tourists in Bulgaria kills 6 people. Awesome. The EU blames Hezbollah. 2018, Israel discovers miles of tunnels into Israel from southern Lebanon, says that it belongs to Hezbollah. 2019, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, yeah. So, I mean, the good news is I guess they're not as big of pieces of garbage as Hamas, because they didn't, I don't see as many sexual assaults in the summary of Hezbollah. But I do see multiple times that they've targeted diplomatic personnel. I see multiple times that they've targeted military personnel, which can still be terrorism, even though you're attacking the military. If like, for instance, you do a suicide bombing, you kill one of your civilians in order to do it, then same thing with, the assassinations. So, yeah, they're a paramilitary organization that engages in terrorism. Excuse me. I'm okay with that definition. 100%. It was called for Connor. What happened? Grassroots Hedgebun says, I'm proud of your drunk. I'm so proud to be your drunk internet uncle. True. Habeas corpus for who? Hezbollah? Yeah, probably. Which habeas corpus, if I remember, is just the ability to appeal to like a trial. Military targets so bad, but legally justified. True. It was called for Connor. True. Hezbollah, Ebola. True. It was so bad, pregnant women were victims. Wait, who are we talking about? Y'all are getting crazy in here. I'm from the town where the Bulgaria bombing happened. Jesus. Okay, well, good to have you aboard, I guess. They intentionally maimed people with tear gas canister shrapnel. Oh, you guys are still arguing. Jesus Christ, guys. Take a lap. Take a break. All right. Let's continue to see whether or not Hezbollah is terrorist, according to Hasan Piker, or if he just thinks it's a pretext in order to deny people their due process rights, even when they murder civilians, assassinate people, and blow up military installations.
Deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American Constitution. So yes,
please,
I think that this definition is intentionally vague and it's
Can I request something?
It's silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please. We're going to be here.
The American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know. But
what do you mean? But
here, I'll be more precise.
You use its definition without ever actually
You're
thinking
right.
about it. What do you mean?
Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Law is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay, Leah, thank you for asking.
You're
Exactly.
welcome.
All right, let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither,
I do not have a single.
Yeah, that's not what you said, though. He said he doesn't have a problem with them as an organization, right? Why are they designated, Hasan? We literally just read it. They assassinated domestic leaders in Lebanon. They killed Israeli Jews in, what was it? It was in Brazil, in Bulgaria. They kidnapped and murdered Israeli soldiers, which you could argue is potentially militarily justified, but they were trying to use the 2 soldiers as like leverage against the Israeli state. They, what else did they do? So they did assassinate. Oh, and then they also did suicide bombings against American diplomatic personnel and against American military forces. You can argue whether or not those are justified conflict or like targets in a conflict. You can argue that, but I would say that the tactics are 100% terroristic. So, meant to intimidate. Oh, and they were also like large participants in the Syrian, not the Syrian civil. Oh, they were participants in the Syrian civil war supporting Bashar al-Assad, who was a murderous scumbag. And then they were also massive participants in the Lebanese civil war, where they were also a murderous scumbags. So yeah, decades upon decades, of being, coated in blood. And I have no problem with the organization Hezbollah gets turned into, I have no problems with the organization Hezbollah specifically in their defense of southern Lebanon. Okay. All right, Hasan, nice walk back.
Issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, other countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You
Let me
said
speak,
it's
please.
a genocide.
All right.
So what is
Hasan,
the expectation?
Please, this conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond. Okay.
Now respond.
Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right?
This is dumb to me. Okay. Now, what I think Ethan Klein is referencing, I would never use this kind of language for a foreign terrorist organization where it's like, it was originally created as a militia. So I think that it was like a noble thing, right? You could say something similar to the IRA, right? Where it's like, well, I think that the intentions of the IRA in order to get Irish independence, I think that was originally, a noble idea. I can understand why the IRA was formed without lionizing them. And so I think that Ethan is giving too much away by saying that fighting for liberation against the French and then trying to create like a domestic militia to guarantee security within Lebanon is a noble thing. He can say that, but I feel like this gives the pro-Hezbollah simps too much. I would not give it. Sacred Snow says, sorry for debating for so long. The GMR is kind of triggering because enabling of Hamas by downplaying events massively exacerbates this conflict. Sacred Snow, number one, thank you for the donation. Number two, I'm with you. I think that's why Commander Haircut and I got into such a vicious fight, is because I would say I'm not like a total Zionist simp, right? Despite what, my moderate Israel simping is, I think what's going on in Gaza is horrific. And if they want to break the cycle of violence, what I would do is I would move all of the Gazans into Rafah, and then I would start building back literally like modern suburbs in northern Israel. I would bulldoze it and then build modern suburbs, well-designed suburbs, so you can walk, you can get to work, there's commercial districts, there's food. I would literally put a KFC in there, I would put a McDonald's and a Wendy's in there, all that kind of stuff. But then instead of having it be colonized by Israelis, I would turn that back over to the Gazans. And what I would do is I would vet the Gazans, slowly but surely, to make sure that they weren't like active members of Hamas that were trying to kill people. And then I would move those families back into that area. And then hopefully over time, what would happen is, with their material circumstances improved, with water, with secure facilities, all that kind of stuff, then the people who were in the suburbs, as you move them in, as you progress with a multi-billion-dollar, decade-long, 2-decade-long construction project, you effectively rebuild all of Gaza. You try to make it as economically and physically secure as possible. And then you give your enemies like a stable place to live, where hopefully we can stop seeing each other as enemies, right? That would be the ideal. Whether or not that's going to happen, probably not. So, I think that if what they're going to do instead, because I think the Israeli parliament just voted on a resolution in order to occupy Gaza in the long term. If their solution is just to militarily occupy Gaza and then allow it to be a, how I'm trying to think of this, like what Gazans live in rubble, right? I think they're going to fail. I think they're just perpetuating the cycle of violence, and they're waiting for another October 7, 2023 to happen so they can use that as the final pretext to expel all the Gazans. And so I'm actually quite sympathetic to the Gazan and West Bank plight in those regards. I just don't think that, sexually assaulting civilians or murdering civilians is going to do anything except for give Israel the casus belli to commit ethnic cleansing and or genocide, depending on how you define it. So that's how I feel. So sorry to Commander Haircut that we weren't able to break bread, but I'm with Sacred Snow in the fact that downplaying the crimes of Hamas and downplaying the violence of Hamas sympathizers, all it does is it enables Israel. It enables them to use the violence as a pretext with which to do the genocide or the ethnic cleansing, depending on how you define it. Silver Jacket Man says, maybe unless we coordinate and go for the hippo's eyes. We're talking about fighting a hippo. No offense. I think 100 dudes could take on a gorilla with rocks and sticks for sure. I think with a hippo, you could probably get a hippo with rocks and sticks, but I'm not going to lie. I think a hippopotamus would be worse than a gorilla. Wingstop, exactly. Celeste Plantagenet York is 100% on board with the solving Middle Eastern conflicts through fast food. I'm done with that. Sacred Snow says, like Destiny says, there has to be rational actors for peace on both sides, and enabling one side annihilates that. Yeah, not just that. I mean, just think about it even with the training the kids thing. Hamas can make the justification that they have to train kids because they're in an existential struggle with Israel. But what do they say during the interviews? They say that they want to totally annihilate the occupation of Israel. Well, if you view Israel as an occupation and not a state, and if you call their entire existence illegitimate, then all you're doing is you're guaranteeing violence in ensuing decades. There will be no coexistence as long as the total eradication of the state of Israel is your stated political goal. Commander says, downplaying isn't my intention. I'm sorry if it comes across that way. Well, Commander, I'm sure that you might even say this in this comment. My perspective from the VOD was that the IDF's actions were getting downplayed. Yeah. I think that we're coming at it from two different directions, because it seems like you're trying to make sure that the Palestinian perspective is accurately represented. We accuse you of downplaying the bad behavior of the Palestinians. And then because we downplay, I'm not trying to downplay, but because we use sanitized language when we're describing the IDF, and then we use very aggressive language when we're describing Hamas, you probably see that as a kind of like excuse for what all of the malfeasance of the IDF. But I promise you, despite my biases, that's not my goal. I am trying to describe truth as I see it. I fail in that. I'm biased in that regard, but I am trying to describe truth as I see it, not trying to necessarily propagandize for one specific faction. I promise. That's not what I'm trying to do. Why don't the anti-Netanyahu factions unite to get rid of him? No idea. I don't pay attention to parliamentary politics. Whew. What's the biggest animal you feel like you could drop with one punch? An ostrich. I think I could drop an ostrich. And that's probably the biggest one, because I think their skulls are really, really strong. So you're not going to get a knockout from punching it in the skull. I think you got to like uppercut it in the beak. And it's got to be an ostrich that I can uppercut. If it's too tall and I can't uppercut it, then I still wouldn't be able to uppercut an ostrich. All right. Yeah, and Sacred Snow too says, I'm trying to accurately portray the events of the Great March of Return. Yeah. As long as we do that, as a chat in a community, as long as we're pursuing truth as maximally as possible, that's all I care about. Okay? We don't have to be right. We don't have to be correct. We don't have to do the right thing all the time. However, I am interested in the truth and maximizing the truth as much as possible. I could do a kangaroo for sure. I've seen Australians box kangaroos. So I know that if I threw 100% punch into a kangaroo's jaw, I could probably knock out a kangaroo. Now, that being said, kangaroos can absolutely jack up humans. Like if you take a double kick from a kangaroo to the chest, I'm pretty sure they can like shatter your ribs and rupture internal organs. I'm pretty sure there are people who do get killed by kangaroos. 100 people take a polar bear. I don't know, dude. Polar bears, like, it's like grizzlies, right? So the question is whether or not we can use rocks and sticks, because bear in mind, you know, bears, we did used to hunt megafauna, but we used spears and rocks. So if we have to use our bare hands, that's going to be a tough fight. If you're talking about using spears and rocks, I think you could do it. Polar bear human size comparison. There was one picture, right? This is it. This is exactly what I was looking for. There's a better picture of this, but look how big this stinking thing is. Look at a black bear, right? Black bear's as tall as a human standing up. But a grizzly or some of those like prehistoric bears or a polar bear, dude, yeah, those things would mess you up. It's like trying to fight a moose with claws and teeth. Yeah. Yeah, it's like trying to fight half of a school bus. So yeah, 100 if we have spears and rocks for sure. 100 without spears and rocks, I don't even know if you could, like, I don't even think you can punch a polar bear hard enough in order to hurt it. It's so big, right? Bare hands. I saw what you did there. I saw what you did there. All right. Let's let them continue for a little bit. And actually, you know what? Yeah. Let's hit 5. Not 5 p.m., but let's hit 5 hours of streaming for sure. Let's continue.
Of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of
Christian Valeris asks like an important question: how determined are the people fighting in these monsters? So the question is like, is it just people picked off the street, or is it everybody who's in it to win it? Because if everybody's in it to win it, I think we can do it. But if we're picking randos off of the street, we're going to suffer a lot of casualties, right?
Terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what the Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said
No, but you said I have no problems with the organization, which is way too broad of a statement, which now your audience, because they heard you say that, they think that's a normal perspective. Hasan. All right, I'm going to use the restroom, but I'm going to let it play. Although terrorism apologia is my favorite segment, so I'll try to be back almost immediately.
I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem
You're
with that.
precise
Yes,
with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah, because again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
Yeah.
Okay. You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
So what does it matter the exact count? Why does that bother you?
You claim that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front
they collaborated.
of footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending that.
You sure are. You're like, Hezbollah didn't do that.
Hold up. Sorry. That's actually important. So I'm sorry we have to listen to it again.
The Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No. That's not what
So
I'm
what does it
saying at
matter
all.
the exact count? Why does that bother
erroneously
you?
claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood
No,
in front
they
of
collaborated.
footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire?
Hasan would never accept this line of argumentation. He would never accept this line of argumentation from anyone. So as an example, we have National Guardsmen who deployed with the American Armed Forces to Iraq. But guess what happened? The National Guard services, they actually did something that I thought was like horrific. They put down IED components on the side of the road. They put like wires and artillery shells and all that kind of crap on the side of the road. And if somebody tried to come pick up an artillery shell, they would shoot the person who was trying to pick up an artillery shell, right? I have no idea if they warned the civilian population before they started doing that, but they effectively like threw IED components on the side of the road, not a fully functional bomb. And then they just waited to see if scavengers would come pick them up, and then they would shoot the scavengers. That's some cowboy ass shit. That is beyond messed up, in my opinion, because you have no idea if that person is like picking up that material in order to report it to local authorities. Now, maybe they weren't. Maybe they were jihadists. Maybe they were working in like a heavily jihadi area. They might have context that I don't have, but I think that's crazy pants. Would Hasan ever say, because a National Guard unit from the United States of America that is meant to be defending like rural Kentucky or rural Tennessee doesn't have the air capacity of the rest of the United States military forces, that they are not somehow complicit in the homicides and in the war conflict of Iraq? He would never make that concession. And so the fact that he has to fight so aggressively in order to defend the honor of Hezbollah fighting in Syria 100% feels like sweeping. Decoy hogging like a National Guardsman. Listen, Contra FDN, you say that, but truth be told, I do think of National Guardsmen as kind of like, you know, cowboys, because they only train once a month. They train like 2 summers, you know, or 2 weeks a year, something like that. You know, it's like, you know, 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. And that's their entirety of their training. So even if they went to like infantry boot camp, even if they have all these skills, even if they know how to operate all this equipment, some of them are like actual cowboys. Really, I don't want to fight it. You guys are still fighting about animals. Oh, man. Do I need to find something else? Do I need to find some softcore cryptography? I wanted to document Hasan's apologia for terrorist organizations. And you guys are like, man, I would really, I don't think we could do the polar bear without spears. Listen, it's old content. I get it. It happened on Friday. We're talking about it on Wednesday. I understand. Everyone covered it, but good God, guys. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Regardless of whether or not you guys need to hear or want to hear the terrorist apologia, I'm going to do a reaction to it because I think this is one of the biggest criticisms of Hasan.
City. Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending that. I'm not
sure
defending
are. You're like, Hezbollah didn't do that. Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
No. I don't think it's relevant to the point being made.
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed out town that was barrel bombed.
They worked
most likely
with
by Russian
the government,
forces.
bro.
So why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
That is as false.
Oh, thank you, Celeste. Appreciated.
This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading.
You're defending terrorism
falsehoods.
right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000 people.
Okay, so it wasn't that bad?
Ethan.
So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
Assad regime. You're
minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian
No, I'm putting
military.
blame on Hezbollah where it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I don't have.
Yo, listen, we just need to understand the sweeping, okay? we all have our biases, but he just said slaughtering 2,000 to 5,000 people while being a participant in the Syrian civil war, supporting Bashir al-Assad, who indiscriminately bombed his own civilian population. He described that as inappropriate. Our biases betray us, okay? When we're friendly with somebody, we use ultra sanitized language when we like someone. And when we hate someone, we use hyperbolic, aggressive language. And Hasan just used one of the most sanitized words you could ever use in reference to the description of like slaughtering 2,000 to 5,000 people. That's crazy pants.
I have no issue
Did
saying
they collaborate
that.
with Assad?
Yeah.
They did, yes. They did.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say
Okay, their militancy. So this would be the specific follow-up. If I was in this debate, this would be my specific follow-up question. So do you condone the suicide bombing in Brazil, the bombing, I don't know if it was suicide bombing, but the bombing in Brazil that took out Israeli civilians? Do you support the bombing in Bulgaria that took out civilians? Do you support what was the other one? There was another one where they killed like Israeli diplomatic personnel. I think they bombed a couple of Israeli diplomatic centers. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says, it couldn't have been Hezbollah. They were at Hasan's house playing Yahtzee the whole time. Yeah, dude, it really does feel like this feels like when people accuse me of sweeping for destiny and I'm like, listen, it's bad. What else do you want me to say? But instead of doing that for a guy who leaked homemade pornography and who audio recorded consensual sexual encounters without checking with the other person, so without their consent, instead of talking about like sexual impropriety, that is gross. We're not saying that what Stephen allegedly did isn't gross. We're talking about jihadism. We're talking about jihadist terrorism. Jesus Christ.
As a matter of fact,
why didn't Ethan do more research? Listen, Ethan, let's face it, he's a comedy bro. He's like a chill bro. That's part of the reason why he's wildly successful, is because he's like a chill comedy bro. But, let's just be real. I would like to see Ethan challenge him on specific actions of Hezbollah. Absolutely. But he's not a geopolitics bro. So I'm not going to hold him to that standard. And I think considering the narrative was that Hasan was going to get on stream and dance circles around Ethan Klein, I think Ethan Klein did fantastic. I'm not going to lie. I think he did really well, especially considering the narrative around the situation before we went into that.
I do not have a problem with Hezbollah. You're lying.
As a matter of fact.
Did Hamas do an oopsie here and there? Who hasn't? That's the narrative so far.
Fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say that.
Not.
You said I'm lying. You said I don't. You were talking to a normie.
Now.
You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?" A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say. And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion of the wanton slaughter of Syrian
Here's what you
civilians?
said, because you want to be precise.
You made up I like what you like. Ethan, I don't have an issue with them. Let's just said that they killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allied. They participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending them,
sounds like
Ethan.
it.
I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I'm verbatim repeating what you said. You liar.
I'm having a conversation directly with you, so I don't understand.
How can you lie to people? Like we just watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this clip.
Why did you put the so you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect.
Yeah, you've said that numerous times. You actually said you ChatGPT'd against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, I that's something I looked into, and
he's talking about the Syrian civil war, which is a mischaracterization. So if he said that Hezbollah specifically killed more Muslims than Israel, that's probably not true. I don't know. We'll take a look at it. How many people has Hezbollah killed? Because they participated in the Lebanese civil war as well. I don't know if they're going to be able to track the stats of specifically people who were suspected of being killed. Yeah, I don't see any stories that are actually doing that. Because how would you track who killed who in the Lebanese civil war? That would be hard as hell. So, and then all those other terrorist attacks, it's going to be like a few hundred, few thousand, or a few dozen. So if you add that up, that's only going to be a few thousand. Whereas Israel has been fighting kinetic wars against not just Hezbollah, but also like, I don't know, other Lebanese militias, Hamas, also conventional militaries. So yeah, I do think that that's if Ethan said that in the past, he is incorrect. They've probably killed more Christians. I agree with that. Murderer. I'm literally mentally ill and a minor. Hello? True.
And I was actually wrong about that for sure.
Okay. Don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah.
Because
hold up, but he's doing the thing again. It's like, oh, you're criticizing a terrorist organization. Doesn't that mean that you're necessarily pro-Israeli genocide? And it's like, nah, that's not how argumentation works. You can make it work that way if you want. Tucker Carlson obviously does that, but that's not how Ethan Klein works. It seems like Ethan Klein actually says what he believes, relatively speaking. I think he's a little brain rotted from hanging out with lefties for too long, but generally speaking, Ethan Klein seems to just speak his mind. Big in Gaming says they didn't directly do it, but they did help train the Syrian army up to better fighters, so it did help in the long run, but Hasan doesn't know that. Yeah, and that's the other thing, too. It's like, no, they are morally culpable for the people that they aid, right? Same thing with us. If you want to say that we helped train the Afghan National Army, and then they defected to the Taliban en masse, and now they have a dystopian authoritarian hold on Afghanistan, then you can say that we are partially responsible for that. And I think that we should accept that responsibility and say that it's bad. But that's not what Hasan is doing. Ethan Klein is saying, hey, Hezbollah fought in the Syrian war on behalf of Bashir al-Assad. Isn't that bad? And Hasan is saying like, well, yeah, but you mischaracterized how much of an impact they had. Okay, so if Ethan by proxy is defending Israel, is Hasan not by proxy defending the honor of Hezbollah? Like, I think he obviously is.
It doesn't,
I'm Zionist?
Work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did. But then you spend all of your time criticizing
responding
people
to harassment
who are offering analysis and not justification.
Can I flip it on you a little bit?
Are actually formed. You're upset.
Hasan, you're doing it. You're doing it again.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just
talking, bro.
You're minimizing the actions
so you recognize that you're wrong as you've done.
Somebody else was inaccurate in their descriptions of a terrorist organization, which would lead some people to believe that you do apologia for terrorist organizations because you're sympathetic to the cause that they fight for, and you make excuses for the tactics that they use.
You don't need to explain anything to me. I understand your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
No, he's pro-terrorist. Like after this debate in particular, I can't wait to watch the Houthi segment. That's going to be fire tomorrow. I get it. People are tired. It's been a week, blah, blah, blah. But the Houthi segment is going to be after this, after today and tomorrow, there will be zero Hasan Piker stands who will be able to argue in good faith that he does not sweep for terrorist orgs.
Ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist?
Do you believe the state? Do you believe the State
Answer.
Department's designation for
Answer the
terrorism is valid?
question. Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro?
Yeah, I do think so. Hasan, I'm going to answer this question for you. Okay. Yes. The State Department designation of Hezbollah as a terrorist organization is 100% accurate. If they slaughtered civilians in the Syrian civil war, if they do assassinations on diplomatic people, if they use suicide bombers in order to attack diplomatic and military personnel, if they attack civilians randomly overseas, yes, that designation is 100% appropriate. There you go. Boom. Direct answer.
Oh, terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah.
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism is valid?
You answer my question and I'll answer yours. Are people valid?
Ethan,
and considering
you rely heavily on your audience not really understanding the terms that you are using.
Let it be noted you are dodging.
When you say, oh, Hasan defends terrorists, okay?
What you're doing right now.
There's a reason why you say that. You say that to disparage me without actually addressing my arguments. And now when you're faced with me face to face to talk about these issues, you agree with me. So if you agree with
No, he doesn't. He thinks Hezbollah is a terrorist organization that has done heinous things, and he's asking whether or not you support the terrorist organization Hezbollah because you said that you don't really have a problem with them. Then later on, you expanded that to you don't have a problem with them doing the Lebanese, the defense of southern Lebanon against Israel. So I do wish, actually going back, I think it was Christian Valeris who said that he wished that Ethan prepped a little bit more. I do wish Ethan prepped a little bit more because then he could ask specifically about the Bulgarian terrorist attack. He could ask specifically about the Brazilian embassy bombing. He could ask specifically about the use of suicide bombers. And he could ask specifically, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, it's getting late, but he could ask about all those incidents specifically and the tactics that they used. That's actually the next step. So we already have him doing apologia for terrorist organizations. The next step is getting Hasan to either avow or disavow specific terrorist tactics. That's the next thing, because I guarantee you he's going to dodge.
with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I just run around being like Ethan defends terrorism? I think you do, but
I said their actions were noble. I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their
actions were
a noble one.
In the beginning, when they were formed as a militia in response to decolonization by France.
Yeah.
You said Hezbollah
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no.
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am.
But people can assume I'm Zionist. But it's okay for it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Got it. The logic is clear.
You don't understand what I'm saying. I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel? Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you?
All right, we're going to pause there because we have another, what is it? We got Hasan sourcing and promoting snark, which I don't really care about. Hasan promoting Bad Empanada, who's a schizophrenic. That more has to do with the drama than it has to do with the Geopoll. We talk about each other equally as much, debunking obsessed comments. Honestly, we might even skip some of that stuff. What was the context out of context? We might do. We might start here. No offense, guys, because Hasan using and promoting snark, it's a subreddit that hates Ethan Klein. Who cares? Hasan promoting Bad Empanada, I'll go ahead and save you some time right now. Bad Empanada is a schizophrenic lefty freak attack dog that Hasan, Denims, and Frogan have used, and Noah Samson have used as a resource in order to attack Ethan Klein without having to avow all of his specific bad behaviors. They just say, yeah, he's a decent video essayist. He's a little crazy in reference to drama, but, realistically, I think his video essays are really good. Therefore, you should still give him a watch. And then that way they're normalizing Bad Empanada without avowing all of his bad behavior. Here, though, was the content nuke out of context. The reason why I want to watch that segment is because Hasan Piker uses that as a defense for why he can never be held accountable for his words, because everybody's just clip chimping him and it's never an honest representation of his beliefs. And then does Hasan support the Houthis? I almost guarantee you that he quintuples down on the fact that he does support the Houthis despite them doing wildly terroristic things in the Red Sea. So we'll handle that tomorrow. We've basically hit 5 hours, so I'm going to wrap up, talk with chat, and then we're going to dip out. So I do want to say, remove this full screen. I do want to say parasocial love to the dozens of people that we had in chat. Grassroots Hegemon even showing up just for a little bit. He's already the king of the donos. He gave us some. Casey did some donos. Sacred Snow gave us some donos. I understand everybody. Seems like half a dozen people in the chat are getting jobs as we speak. Jonah Boy is applying for jobs. Les Plantagenets just got an offer. Silver is making his way through the military-industrial complex, making that Skrilla off of the evil American empire. So we're getting there. Okay, there's people in chat who are making big moves financially in the world. So we're very proud of all of our chatters, all of our donors, all of our people. I do want to remind you to like the stream. That way other people know that we're live. I want to remind you to comment on the VODs or watch the VODs if you miss a stream and you want to check out old content. I do want to encourage you to do super chats during the show if you have the capacity to do so. If you're a brokey, you're just getting your job, you're just surviving, et cetera, don't worry about it. Also, if you are a rich person, although Grassroots Hegemon would argue that he's not rich, but if you're a rich person like Grassroots Hegemon, but your 401k has taken a 50% hit and your wife is giving you flack about how much money you spend, don't worry about it. Watching the VODs gives us ad revenue. Liking the stream lets other people know that we're live. Super chats are always appreciated, but never required. And I do want to thank Haircut Commander. Was that it? Commander Haircut, excuse me. I like Haircut Commander better, but we'll go with Commander Haircut. With Commander Haircut, I think Commander Haircut, just being honest, you're a little bit too progressive that I think we're going to continue to butt heads. However, I do appreciate you staying in the chat, fighting it out in chat, fighting it out with me, bringing up the factual points so we can have a more clear view of the right of return. And I do appreciate you taking all the flack from chat as they kind of turned on you and fought you on some of those details while I moved on with the content. So I appreciate you taking it all in good spirits and good cheer, even if it got rude and contentious at some points. Excusame. So the attack targeted Israeli tourists. Exactly. So Celeste Plantagenet says, if I'm rich, we're all rich. True. Based. Looking forward to it. I identify as pre-rich. Me as well. I'm still a poorly paid physics graduate, teacher assistant, lol. Well, as soon as you start making that cocaine dealing money, I disavow. Don't deal drugs, kids. Don't do drugs either. But, as soon as you have what is it, Gray Matter from Breaking Bad, where he, helps fund like $1 billion company and then he has to deal meth on the side. So whenever you build a meth empire and or create a physics science-based company that gets an R&D breakthrough that makes you $1 bajillion, then, please share the wealth. Haircut Commander is better. Phil Labonte does say some cringe things on Twitter, but I'll tell you, I hung out with him in West Virginia when I went on Tim Pool again, and he is a good shot. So we were doing effectively bill drills, like concealed carry bill drills. Although I guess bill drills is firing like 6 shots as quickly as you can into the target. But what he was doing was he was doing a draw from holster drill. And so he was popping his shirt, grabbing the pistol, aiming the pistol, and firing. And when he started out, as he was warming up, he was getting like 1.25 seconds. But as he stopped relying on the sights so much, he got down to under a second. He was at like 0.9, 0.87. So Phil Labonte, you can talk as much smack about him as you want. You can say, oh, your music isn't that good. You can say, oh, you're just a Tim Pool orbiter. Oh, this, that, the other. But the dude can draw and fire from concealment and hit a target in 0.87 seconds. So I would not recommend mugging him. I, by comparison, can draw and fire accurately at 1.5 seconds, where, draw, aim, actually get sight, picture, sight alignment, pull the trigger at 1.5 seconds. And the only way that I was getting down to under a second, I was effectively pulling from the hip, and then I was like shooting from the hip like a cowboy. I was like, bah! So maybe I'm old. Maybe my reflexes are deteriorating as I get older. No idea. Maybe he's just able to get better, better on target faster with his own equipment. I have no idea. But don't try to mug Phil. Right? He'll get you. Should not retweet him. He allows Destiny to live rent free over one interaction. Well, we all Hasan Piker annoys me the way that Destiny probably annoys Phil. So I don't begrudge anybody talking smack on the internet. But did he die? He's stronger now. He did not. You know, Celeste Montagenet, I'm not going to lie. When you jumped into chat the first time and you're like, all the gods are stupid. All the religion was stupid. I didn't know if we were going to be online friends. But, you know, I would say we're online friends at this point, I guess. And then same thing with, you know, haircut commander. You know, a little rocky start to our relationship, but if it's interesting for him to be in a chat that disagrees with him and to passionately fight out the progressive perspective, I'll welcome that. And then also, I would prefer it if instead of emailing Ken, you just called me out in chat. You just said, hey, Connor, you said something messed up. Dial it in. You know, do that next time, and we'll have a good relationship. You know what I'm saying? So peace out, Connor, in chat. Thank you for hanging out. Nang Un, good to see you again. Celeste Pontage, thank you for the hangout. Congratulations on the job. Commander Haircut says, got to train tendons and muscles around joints for the draw speed. Well, there you go. So we already like something else in common, which is firearms. So that's good. So, all right, I'm going to dip out. Parasocial love to you and yours. I really do appreciate you hanging out with us and having a good time and the donations and all that kind of stuff. I hope you guys have an excellent day. We'll wrap up Hasan Piker tomorrow, and then I promise we'll be done with Hasan for a while. We'll move on to greener pastures and cover the news and do all that kind of stuff. We'll cover other drama that's going on. I just think that reviewing and calling out Hasan Piker on being a terrorist simp is an important political moment that will determine, with or without our intervention, it's going to determine the future of the alternative media left. Whether or not his behavior is accepted and normalized, or whether or not his behavior is criticized and vilified and made fun of, whatever minimal impact I can have on that narrative, I want to, because I think genuinely it's going to determine the future of alternative media politics. So Dr. Zaya says, have a blessed day. Sorry, I missed most of it. No, that's okay, buddy. Thanks for coming by and dropping a like. Then Jonah Boy says, have a good day. Bye, everyone. See you tomorrow. Don't mug Phil for his cringe. Hug Phil through his cringe. Exactly, Grassroots. Exactly. All right. Parasocial love, guys. Catch you in the next one.